Okay, I think everything is live. So, hello everyone, and welcome back to another Buddy Bison stream. And today we're going to continue playing Trails of Cold Steel 2, and it's the 10th stream. So, well, not 10th stream, but 10th stream of this game, which says a bit. And I have now binded some of my F keys to scene transitions. So I believe F9 takes us to the game. Yes. Now let us make sure that everything is good before I click in officially, and then let us click into the game. And oh my god, that's loud on my end. I know how to fix that. Just mess with the physical volume on my headphones, and then the digital volume with my volume things, and load here. And today, successfully Bluetoothed. I think my PS4 controller just wasn't charged enough, or I was being an absolute idiot. I believe it is, didn't charge it enough, in all honesty. Okay, that's that button. Okay. I was hitting the down. I can change the way I turn by clicking on the... So right now I'm using the D-pad on the left of the PlayStation controller and hitting left and right. And hitting up zooms in, and out zooms out, or down zooms out. I was just like, I feel like that's such an odd thing to have for like, I feel like you could just make better use of it, in all honesty. Yeah, and near the end of last stream, I went to the fortune teller and asked for a reading, and they just said, "Get out of here! Like, you're locked in with Toa." And I'm like, "Okay, that's cool." And I was watching another streamer of this game, Joestar 316. I believe, yeah, I host him now. When I'm off, and he romanced Laura, and he got like such a better scene than I did, because like, oh, they actually confessed their love for each other. You know, Toa is like, oh yeah, like I really like what you did. You pushed me to be like super good, and obviously the affection is on Toa's side as well. But Reen didn't say I love you like he did with Laura. And I'm just like, god damn it. Well, it does. I feel like it doesn't. Well, I mean, I feel like it does matter, but I feel like it won't matter all that much, because when Cold Steel 3 comes out, obviously the game will have carryover data from Cold Steel 2, like 1 did to this game. Probably carrying over certain choices to change some dialogue, but everything will be like wholly new, and you're not locked in. I'll still pick Toa anyway. Okay. So, I'd say at this point, I'm pretty good in terms of who's where. Let me just check everyone's quartz and shit. Got Raven, Kotzi. I go Kotzi. Yahtzee. Brave. Ares. Aegis. Criminal. Yeah, Criminal. Like, I definitely want to keep fighting with Criminal, just because, at this point I feel like it would be rather hard to try and switch to any other quartz. And I definitely don't want to switch to this one. I feel like Mirage at a higher level would be quite good, but yeah. So this one would be good, but probably wouldn't have effect on boss battles, which is where a lot of these things shine. Because yeah, there are. I'm just gonna commence operation. Once operation commences, Machias will become a. Okay. You know what? That makes sense. Travel. Disappear and travel. eventually be possible to restock. Team preparing. Okay. So I need to organize a party already. See, now it's a question of between these two, because I need to level criminal, so I'm going to keep her. That's basically the only reason. I know I could put criminal on Machias, but if I do have to put him in, I would rather he has juggler, which is a good quartz for him. Although it might be good at this point to just put Cypher on him. Because stat test random, whereas juggler is abnormality. It also gives 30% chance for nightmare. Petrify. Okay. I'd rather put poison 2 on it. I'd rather just put all things that can give a status effect on him. I don't think I'll be able to. But okay. You know what, because Machias is going to be a mandatory party at this point in the game, and I don't see any reason as to why. Okay, I can at least upgrade these slots. Okay, he's mostly upgraded. The only thing really holding me back is the red fire Sabbath. Petrify. TRR, that's absolutely pointless. Come on. Give me some good stuff that I like. I should probably put hit on it, just to be absolutely sure. Harvest and collagen. Neither of these would be absolutely bad, but I want him to be able to inflict status ailments. Flood. Attack 2. I mean, if he has attack 1, then I might as well put attack 2 in there. Because honestly, I think at this point maybe it's rather pointless. Simply due to the fact that everything that puts an effect on people. Actually, you know what? That's what I should do. I should. I should do this. Because his quartz already. His quartz already gives a chance to inflict nightmare. So if I get nightmare 2 on him, that'll just be better. So let's just have attack 1. I'll pop on. Okay, he's not letting me put it on that one because of Petrify. But I would rather put that on there. Nightmare 2. Poison 2. Okay. So now with that, because I don't think I need to, like, equip him. I'd rather have these available for me to switch on to. I'll keep these on, because she should have them. Accuracy. Yes, this is... Screw it, I can deal with that later. I just want to actually get some stuff started. When you go 11 minutes into the stream and you haven't even started anything, really? Commence operation. Yeah,
I'm so proud of you, Reen!
yeah, another S-craft. S-craft? Another S-rank. God damn it. I literally went through pain. I'll have to switch those fuckers around, because Machias is not being an active party member. It's just not the way it's gonna work here. Hey, not her. Oh, hello there. Oh yes, and I did, what I did was I checked the, when, like, if you right-click on Steam, go to Properties, you can, like, check verifiability of things, because I figured the modded data packs wouldn't, like, pass that, and I don't believe they did, and it, re-downloaded some files, presumably the data files, and put them back into the game. So I believe I don't have the modded textures anymore. So hopefully that that makes the game a little bit more stable. Oh god, it's yellow. That's garish, and I love it. Hello, bitch. I'm surprised they didn't bring Nightheart along in his, like, Soldat unit. The one that he was really good at with minimal practice. Okay, come on, get to some talking here.
3 minutes remaining!
There we go.
All students, assume your positions!
Yeah. Adel. So one thing I did learn is that, like, the two fights at the school, depending on who you have in each party, Party A or Party B, the two side characters, the one on the far left and the one on the far right, change based on that. Adel will always appear in the battle that has Fee. Ferris will always appear in the battle that has Elisa. Big Horse Guy will always be in the one that has Eustace. And I believe that's the way it works. Although I guess you could potentially have a party with all those people. shit will just be weird. Because I'm guessing Rain has to be in Party A, which means that he has to fight Digimon Emperor guy, Patrick. Okay, there it is.
4th Armored Division, charge! 3rd Armored Division, advance!
Yes, sir!
There really is a question as to why they
Left
haven't.
flank! Fire a barrage to cover your retreat!
Do not cower! We have the advantage!
I really feel like investing in sold-out units would be a very good boon.
The 4th Armored Division's sterling reputation is well-deserved.
I would have preferred a fight with the two of you in Soldas. Craig the Red and Nightheart the Mighty.
Nightheart the Mighty.
But this is how the winds have decided it must be.
Ah, you're a wind boy. Oh yeah, he's from the North Highlands. Of course he's a wind boy, so he's worse.
Besides, what fun would it be if our battle ended so easily? May we enjoy our feast of battle to its fullest!
Very well, Black Whirlwind! Then witness the spirit of the Imperial Army! Onwards, Nightheart!
Roger that, General.
You just need to get Principal Van Dyke out here and he'll take him on by himself. This giant spear. Backing up. Backing up. Back it up, back it in. Gotta do some of that bullshit.
Is she even human? This is the power of the Golden Rakshas.
My, this is disappointing.
Why would you have Craig the Red and Nightheart both at the same place?
Oh, please tell me this is some sort of joke. I came all the way here, and yet this is all the great one-eyed Zek's army can do? I'll be rather disappointed if we finish this without me even breaking a sweat.
Damn you! You haven't seen anything yet.
That's enough of your childish taunts.
I'm coming in. Guy with an eye patch. Coming through.
Ah, at last my dear master shows himself.
Oh, dear master.
But what a pity. I was hoping you'd get yourself a soul out and fight me with your swordsmanship.
Swords have their place in the world, just as armies do. I don't intend to rely on the Vander name on a battlefield such as this. I never expected for you, of all people, to cooperate with Duke Cayenne's scheming. What reason would possibly inspire you to raise your blade for his cause?
What else? I wish to be known as the strongest warrior who ever lived. Stronger than even the famed Lance Maiden.
I am the one who excelled at both the Arcade and Vander schools of swordsmanship. First, I will defeat the man who taught me the Vander style. You. And once you have fallen by my sword, I shall take down the Radiant Blade Master himself.
I raised a real tigress, didn't I? But you would do well not to assume victory is within your grasp. All units, assume the two-headed dragon formation. Limit the enemy's movement. Surround and annihilate them.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm going to fight in this civil war and kill a bunch of my people and countrymen Because I want to be strong. Sounds about as realistic and good as any.
What's that noise?
In this war.
Is there a battle going on nearby?
No. Just in the middle of a civil war.
Citizens of Heimdall! Citizens of Heimdall! Traitors who wish harm upon His Majesty are approaching. I repeat, traitors who wish harm upon His Majesty are approaching. Please remain inside until they have been eliminated. I repeat, please remain inside until they have been eliminated.
If you want to eliminate the traitors, you can start by offing yourselves!
Yeah, the nobles are the real traitors around here.
That's how you get
Why are
murdered,
you all
guys.
gathering outside?
Jeez, it's the fuzz. I like how they have a tank.
Didn't you hear the announcement? Get inside at once! Oh, crap.
They bring a fucking tank over and park it. Just to be like, yeah, we have tanks.
What's that?
Is it a bird?
I've heard this sound before.
Is it a plane? We're just gonna fly right over the city.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Prince Oliver's airship?
It's the Crimson Wings! The Courageous is here!
Stop! Stop this commotion, I say!
Get confirmation from HQ now!
Let's fly right over the city. Because they won't have any air defenses there. And let's go right by the fucking capital. Like, I'd imagine you would want to just instead do a wide berth around the capital. Like, it seems odd that they would choose to do that. Same day, 20 minutes later. Hey, it's a rainbow. Okay. Corel Imperial Villa.
This is Corel Imperial Villa? It's gorgeous.
Hard to believe a place of such scenic beauty is so close to the capital.
Yeah, I didn't know a place this pretty was nearby either.
Do I get to beat the shit out of some people finally?
One company of Imperial Guardsmen and 2 armored cars approaching.
Hey, we got B rankers.
That didn't take long.
Class 7, Group A, advance towards the villa. Group B, you're with me. Keep watch on the situation up front while securing the area.
Yes, ma'am! Commence the operation!
Group A, let's go!
Acknowledged.
Okay, let's fix this problem real quick. I even want that switched. Make tactics. See, this isn't bad. How long? They don't even have rush 2. How would I make other people get their links faster? Because I'm at max with her, and I'm at 6. Like, how am I not at 6 with Elliot? I'm gonna follow Brony, chance to follow back. Yeah, sure. Once I'm done, I'll make sure I remember that. Okay? Because right now I can't click out of the game. But I wondered. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, well, I will click right out of the game because what that means is my alert thing needs to be updated. So, click right over there. Oh, wait, no. There it was. Just heard it, just saw it. Okay. There we go. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, time to go in. I don't. Nice. Okay, so time to play. Hey there, I'm at the door. You think you're going to be able to stop me? Here they come. Let's take them out. Let's strike them out.
Hostile spotted. Beginning combat.
Let's move.
Right.
Arcus act.
My turn.
My turn.
Really? Alright. Whatever.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. So these guys are only given like 1,000 to half of a dozen. God damn it, come on. This person is completely unconscious.
Watch out, guys.
Ooh, 0.
Here I go.
Okay. Eliminating targets. Got it. Okay, Reem.
Right.
Just making sure that he doesn't get the critical. Might as well just finish him like that.
Evil will fall before
Laura
my
will
blade.
Laura will get her shit back real quick. Expecting some level
I feel
5 force
stronger.
results soon. So. About that. That guy earlier who followed. I'm not too much of a fan of stuff like that. I mean, it's fine if you want to do it. I generally do it in reciprocation. Like, especially if I'm on another person's stream, or if I'm streaming and someone follows me, or I'm talking on another stream with people on like the chat and they follow me. Under that circumstance, then I'll often follow back. Not, I can't say I'm too much of a fan of asking for the follow back. Set foot in here, be gone. This building belongs to His Majesty. It's hardly the place for children such as you. I don't think you're in any position to be calling us insolent. Enough of your nonsense. How could any group be so oblivious to their own actions? Seriously, commencing hostilities.
Bring it on. Here I go.
Okay, /
My turn.
It's my turn.
Arcus act.
No.
Onward. Now's our chance.
Let's move.
There we go.
Curse you.
Man, strong.
All right, let's keep going.
Elliot is a beast. Elliot is the
Exactly how it's-
beastiest. Can't believe they're actually using no Tamos in a place like this. Judging by the outside, it looks like this place has 3 floors. There's a glass-covered room on the far end of the 3rd floor used for ceremonies. I would imagine that's where we'll find His Majesty. Alright, let's move, guys. Right. Please be safe, at least. Okay. So... chests... presumably. So I'm gonna...
The advantage is
My turn.
I'll handle now.
evil will fall before my blade.
Just want to check out right here. I also want to check out this outside area first, because it seems like this would be off the beaten path in terms of...
Oh, we're outside again.
There's a nice pavilion out here.
Isn't this pavilion?
That treasure chest is absolutely beautiful.
So I wanted to do this. I didn't know this was out here, but I figured that there would be something special, because that looked off the beaten path way too hard.
Let's get this over with.
Here I go.
My turn. One. Now.
My turn.
Okay,
Alright, smash.
Arcus active.
My turn.
I'll handle it. Now.
It's my turn. Arcus.
Let's move.
Right.
My turn. Now. Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Get bravely yourself. Brave. Okay, 5 turns, plus strength plus 50. HP, deal damage. Okay, do critical damage, 10% chance. So that's good. That's actually really good. That helps her a lot. So now it's not 25%, it's 50%. 5 turns. Obtained gold eater key. Okay, I wonder what this unlocks. I'm sure we'll find out if we keep poking around here. Okay, so that means... Yep. And on the way back, I get something special. Cutscene.
Sounds like things are nasty down there.
Yeah, but the best thing we can do is take care of things here.
Out that way leads to level 3, so I need to go up the stairs and get the 2 chests. And I forgot that you
Now's our
can't
chance. We can do this.
My
do
turn.
much to those guys.
Okay.
Okay.
See, I thought Maelstrom couldn't
My
be knocked
turn.
off of people. I thought that was like the entire point.
They're off guard!
Let's move.
Try. It's my turn.
My turn. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Done.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was the entire
That treasure chest is absolutely beautiful.
Seraphic ring. I really need it. better chords.
Enemy sighted. Here I go.
0 arcs, whatever.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Onward!
It's my turn.
My turn.
Yes.
All right, let's keep going.
Dude, Elliot is such a goddamn cannon.
Exactly how it should.
Once he's fully decked out. It's wonderful.
I spy with my little eye the goods.
The only way I can imagine him being even better is if I had gotten the accessory from Tobal that cut cast time by a third. Because then I imagine that would then stack with cast 1, cast 2 to make it just immediately pop, essentially. And then Water Bell and his thing.
We have nothing to fear.
Like, negate
Here I go.
the,
Second form.
negate the,
Now!
My
the delay after a spell, which is insane.
Right.
Like, look at that. It has delay 9. I can cast a high-level spell with Elliot faster than Laura can even attack. Like, you know, your
Right,
team
let's keep going.
is great when you don't even get Laura to attack. I wish there was some funny text, like this person is having a nice dream. Okay, so you needed to actually go out there. So I'm glad I went the totally not conspicuous path.
Stay on guard, everyone. That's no ordinary foe.
I'll handle it.
Onward!
No.
Watch out. This is a tough. Here I go.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so these guys aren't specifically. These guys are actually. Okay, so these guys aren't really affected by water, but I'm using water ones
Arcus
anyway
activate.
because water
Leave
bell.
this to me. Now's our chance.
And crush.
My turn. Now's our chance.
Right.
He just finished his spell and he got another turn already. It's insane.
Okay.
Here I go.
Doing damage on this guy.
It's my turn.
Fucking insane.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
I'll handle it.
Onward!
Don't want to risk that guy.
Right.
Having a turn.
My turn.
Maybe I can freeze
Okay.
Okay.
Here I go.
How
Try
much
this.
damage do you do with Complete? 5,000. Okay. Solid.
All right, let's
Thank
keep
you.
going.
Okay, Raven reached level 5. Chrono Burst. 6 with speed plus 50. Delay plus 5. Then attacks and perhaps do critical base. Sweet. That's nice. So a little bit better delay. And
Right.
possibility of
Let's
crit
move.
hits, which is always good.
have nothing to fear.
Here I go.
I want to see who survives this.
Witness the fruits of my...
Before I use any
Evil
CPU.
will fall before my blade.
Criminal level 4, which is good. Flare bomb and critical butterfly. That's good. Critical damage 60% chance. Suppressive nightmare 20% chance. Good.
I'm so glad.
All right, that takes care of them. Let's keep going.
Let's see, I would like to get lower a little bit more CP, and I imagine a battle will happen in this hallway. Might not. Nah, not happening. Oh wait, yeah, it's happening here. Here they are. What the? They're just kids. Kids are not. They're enemies. Eliminate them.
Let's get this over with.
My turn.
Okay, so you need to use a true arc slash. Actually, you're gonna use Gale.
Second floor.
Because he has a chance to delay people anyway.
Now's our chance.
I'll handle it.
Cyclone.
Here I go.
Gale.
Second. Now.
There's so many people that you get
Onward.
CP used back. I'm just gonna move and
Here I
let
go.
it go up a bit.
Second. Now's our chance.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we got time for some extra.
My turn.
Leave this to me.
Okay, so now you can radiant spin.
They're off guard.
Curse you. My turn.
Okay.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
Okay.
Okay.
My turn. Now.
There we go.
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Sweet.
I did it.
Done.
Not bad.
Yes.
Okay. So let's rest first and foremost. Modify quartz. 3 quartz I think I need. I believe so. I think I got just about all of it. Slots. Everyone is decked out except for you. And I feel like I don't actually need to deck you out anymore. Quartz. Got all your P nightmares. Tech 3, P2. Tech 3, P2. 1. Hit 1. I feel like I could upgrade this to hit 2. She does need hit on her. That's the thing. Definitely needs hit. Hit 2. Let's just get that. Orb move. There we go. So I feel like at this point, instead of just having hit 1 on, you should just have hit 2. I don't care about. Yeah. Because she doesn't even have it, but she gets accuracy on things. So I'm gonna buy another hit too. Because green missing is a lot worse than missing. Simply in the fact that if he misses, he won't delay people. Okay. System save. Didn't take all that long to get through. But I think this is one of my favorite parts about like this game, like having the dungeons to go through and fight. Okay, let's go in.
Could it be?
Oh, Machias! Dad!
Hey. No chairs or anything?
Reen? Is that really you?
It is. It's me. I'm so glad you're safe. Are you hurt, Dad?
I'm fine. We all are, fortunately.
Imperial Governor Regnus. Emperor Eugene III. Empress Priscilla.
Though I never thought you would come all the way here to rescue us.
We've received word that our daughter has been under your care, however.
Class 7, was it? Thank you for coming to our rescue.
It's an honor, Your Majesty.
We are unfit to receive such kind words.
I'm relieved to see everyone here is all right.
That's far enough.
Hey, I'm presuming it's, what is it, Altina? Yep. Gonna have to fight this bitch.
Altina!
You're the girl with the black combat shell.
I mean, she's riding on it.
I count 18 days since our last meeting, Reen Schwarzer.
Really?
Which would have been aboard the Pentagruel.
That's right. Did you know we were coming?
Affirmative. I received instructions from Lord Rufus to wait here for you.
Really never misses a beat, does he? Just who are you anyway? That puppet of yours is just like Milliam's. You aren't sisters or something, are you?
In a sense, yes.
You couldn't be.
Seriously? You don't look that much alike.
She would be the elder sister, while I would be the younger one. Do keep in mind that our purposes differ to some extent, however. I don't get it.
Are they clones?
It sounds like there's more to the two of you than meets the eye.
Androids?
I can't deny being curious about who you really are. Now isn't the time to get to the bottom of that. If you intend to stand in our way, then we intend to remove you by force.
Right. And sorry, but we won't be holding back.
Reen!
Be careful, son.
I see no meaning in negotiating further, and while I remain partially reluctant, I will rely on the Society's contraptions for backup.
Hey.
Good luck, everyone!
Please, step back.
Black Rabbit Altina, model name OZ74. Commencing operation.
I really think that she's like a robot.
Beginning
or something.
combat. Support me, Clown Soleus.
Here I go.
Okay.
Now's our chance.
You're done! Forming barrier. My turn.
That's fine. I'm trying to do this.
Now.
Let's move. Now!
Leave this to me.
Arts. This Latte.
It's my turn.
Let's move.
Shark Slash.
Now's our chance.
move.
Sparks leash.
Okay.
Right.
Arcus, my turn. Now's our chance.
Leave this to me. Arcus, activate.
Right.
Arcus, let's move.
Okay.
Just gonna like stop her from getting any turns.
My turn.
Right.
Health depleting. Curious.
Witness.
There we go.
My turn.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
Okay.
Mission failed. But how?
The only damage she did to me was through
Absolute
reflect.
victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
That's a solid performance, if I do say so. Try to reach level 4. Butterfly, 40% random abnormality, 40% chance to inflict nightmare. That's pretty damn good.
I feel stronger than.
Exactly how it should be.
Get the hell out of here.
Objective completed.
They're unbelievably strong.
Not really.
Still, victory is ours.
Elise!
Reed!
Anime.
I'm so happy to see you again.
I'm sorry it took me so long to get to you. If I weren't so weak, you wouldn't have been stuck here worrying all this time.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me one bit. All that matters now is that you're here with me. And besides, I know I've caused you no shortage of grief by being here.
Think nothing of it. Holding you in my arms makes carrying all the grief in the world worthwhile.
Someone's got a serious sister complex.
I'm feeling a little emotional myself now.
Couldn't have asked for a nicer, happier ending.
What a truly inspiring bond they share.
It's good to see them together again. I'm glad to see you alive and well, Dad.
That I am. Sorry to have worried you. Ha ha! Look at you! You've certainly grown into a fine young man since I last saw you, haven't you?
Try not to tease me in front of the Imperial family, okay?
Oliver chose well when entrusting the courageous to them.
Looks like our plan was a perfect success.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, yeet.
Hey guys, looks like things went okay on your end too.
Indeed. I guess that takes care of the Imperial Guardsmen here.
Reen Schwarzer, as well as each of the other members of Class 7, you have my most sincere gratitude for what you have done.
We really can't begin to thank you enough.
Please, don't thank us. We simply did our duty as Erebonian citizens.
Besides, we wouldn't have been able to do anything alone. We only came this far because the whole academy was behind us.
I swell with pride to hear as much. My alma mater seems to be raising truly exceptional students these days. I couldn't be happier.
Did I hear that right?
You attended Thor's as well, Your Majesty?
That I did. It's a long-standing tradition that the men of the Imperial family attend the Academy. Oliver did in his younger years, and, Adios willing, Cedric will as well.
Come to think of it.
Where is the Crown Prince?
Yeah, we can't see that little cutie anywhere.
Fee likes small children.
Fee, stop being so disrespectful.
Well,
The Crown Prince was taken from here several days ago. We were told he was going to somewhere in Heimdall, but nothing beyond that.
That's all?
That's a little unsettling.
if you're looking for the Crown Prince, he's been escorted to the palace.
Valflame Palace? But why?
For what possible reason could he have been taken there? To cooperate in a ritual. Specifically, Duke Cayenne wishes to use the Crown Prince in a ritual, which will be conducted shortly.
A ritual?
Where does the Duke fit in all this?
Sounds like you've got a lot of juicy information you're going to be sharing with us.
My thoughts exactly. Fee, Milliam.
On it. Roger! Stay right where you are. You're trapped now. I know little more about the ritual than you do. One thing I do know, however, is that you're too late to stop it from taking place.
Just how soon is this ritual?
Like now.
What's going on?
Oh, this is like back in the classroom.
Where's it coming from?
I think it's from above us.
No, this can't be happening.
Emma?
What's wrong, Emma?
This song is the Hexen clan's most strictly forbidden incantation. A song to summon the Vermilion despair from the deepest darkness. Lucifin lead.
Okay, that held a bit too long to
What's
be
happening?
dramatic. At a point, it became comedic.
Its source is the palace. So, they intend to recreate what happened 250 years ago, do they?
Your Majesty?
Thou art the Vermilion Emperor, keeper of 1,000 weapons, and ruler of the interval between heaven and hell. As a rightful descendant of the Guardians of the Blaze, I offer unto you this song of exaltation.
Hey, Rufus. I'm gonna have to fuck you up, aren't I? Sounds like such a bitch.
Yes! Yes! That wretched emperor may have halted my ancestors' ambition, but I will grant it in his place.
What? So...
Sorry about this, Your Highness. Just bear with it a while longer until this is all over.
Okay.
Whoa! The hell?
The space in front of us is distorting.
How splendid!
Huh. This could be fun.
Okay. See, I'm not sure, like, it seems weird because it seems like the screen, like, freezes. Sort of like when you're watching a YouTube video and, like, the video isn't following the audio. Like, that's what it seemed like. Oh, hello there, tree. So are we gonna have a Vermilion tree instead of an Asher one? Or... God, this palace looks evil. Bit much. Bit much. It looks like a death beam. Okay. Where's Sheezy?
In Adios' name? What is that? Yeah. Guess that bad feeling I had was right on the mark.
Is that?
What does the Duke think he's doing?
Show enough leg beat at Clotilde. Your eyes are weird.
So that's the Infernal Castle. It's just as the Black Records described it. But this time, only the Ashen awoke to do battle with the Azure. On that point, it's very different from before. I can't help but wonder what the outcome will be.
It's simply too early to tell. However, regardless of who wins, the Noble Alliance's victory is all but artfully displayed on a silver platter. We of Ouroboros will be able to advance our plans, and I will be able to grant my own wish. Let us be going, Grianos. We must guide this story to its grand finale. Would you care to accompany us, Your Excellency? If you come, I would be most delighted to prepare you a special seat.
A tempting offer, to be sure, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'll leave the unseen side of this war to you and Duke Cayenne. I'm content to keep watch over the public face of it, whatever ends up coming to pass.
How very cold. Well then, I bid you adieu.
Whose ballad are you singing with that splendid voice of yours, I wonder? I don't suppose it matters. I have my own duty to attend to.
Rufus seems like such the odd character. Like... Snap her fingers. Guess that's his own personal ship. Like...
Lord Rufus! What are you... And what is that giant castle? What should I have the ship do?
You needn't concern yourself with the castle. Leave that to me. Focus on our aerial defense as I instructed. The Crimson Wings will grace these skies soon enough. And I want you to be ready for them.
Yeah, Rufus seems like such an odd character in terms of motivation and actions. Because, like, in the first game, he's presented in a way in which you're like, oh, this guy's pretty fucking awesome. Like, he's pretty nice. And, like, he'll be an ally, and he's even part of, like, the goddamn school, like, board of directors. But then in this game, it's like, not totally with the Noble Alliance. Don't give a shit.
What?
What is that?
Well, if you'll excuse me, my final mission still remains to be completed. Oh.
Aw, man.
Sorry, she got away.
That window costs so much money.
Oopsie! We were supposed to keep her there, weren't we?
It doesn't matter. She's the least of our worries now.
That's true.
Just what is that building?
Is everyone all right?
Hey, Claire, what's up? Oh, what's up, Claire? Toa, Angelica. I take it you were able to deal with the Imperial Guard's main force? Correct. We were also able to secure the rail route leading here as well. Route. I prefer to say route because when I think route, it's like routing the enemy. I've prepared a high-speed vehicle to take all of you away from the city where it will be safer. Please come with me. But we should do as she says. Remaining here will inconvenience our people. I suppose you're right. Please take care, Your Majesty. I'd like to return to City Hall at once. Could you arrange that for me, Captain? Dad! But, sir, I'm the governor of Heimdall. These may be unusual circumstances, but I have my duties in that capacity to fulfill. The Noble Alliance is likely in a state of confusion after what's happened. This is an excellent time to begin negotiations. As you wish, Your Excellency. I'll have car prepared at once. I leave the capital in your hands, Governor. See, it's interesting, because he said 250 years ago, and that is, like, a possible enough time to only have, essentially, 3 generations of kings. Which is why he's, like, the 3rd. It's possible, unlikely, though. I would imagine it to be on the 4th or 5th, just purely based on son and grandson status. Everyone, please hurry to the Courageous. We need to gather as much info as we can on exactly what's happening here. Alright, we might even need to help evacuate the citizens of Heimdall if it comes to it. Reed? What's wrong? Well... I'm sorry, Toa. Valmar and I won't be coming with you. We're going to that castle. What? But why? You can sense Crow there, can't you? Along with his Azure Knight. Oh, I see. Right. I'm all but certain that castle is meant to be the final stage Valmar and I will have to stand upon. I have this feeling like it was prepared by some kind of grand destiny. One so great even the War of the Lions itself was only a fraction of it. You might actually be right, Reed. Your mind's made up then? Well, in that case, you're not going alone. We're all Thor students just like you and Crow. Toa, she's right. You might think you're fated to go there. What's going on concerns us just as much as it concerns you. We all feel exactly the same way. We're Crow's classmates too, and yours. We have as much right to take part in this as much as you do. For you to simply sit by and watch out the sidelines. That was a terrible reading of her line. You won't hear any different. Yeah, don't try to go alone now after we've come this far together. You're not the only one with a stake in this. I need to see with my own 2 eyes exactly what my brother intends to achieve, so I refuse to be left behind. Yeah, I'm coming with you too. Besides, with the state the capital is in, I can't pretend this has nothing to do with me. You guys are the best, you know? I was going to say that at least Emma and I should accompany you, but why state the obvious at this point? Class 7 spawns are far stronger than our need to fulfill our duty. Naturally, I'm no exception. You sure have changed. Hee hee. Well, then I'll leave everything to you, Captain. I'm sure you've already got some of the RMP in the city by now, right? Of course, leave everything to us. Lecter is back now as well, so as soon as the opportunity to do so presents itself, I'll hurry along to support you. Elise? I'm sure you will all perform admirably. Make good use of what you've learned at the Academy, and your path is sure to open. May Adios be with you all, but please take care of yourselves. We will, thank you. Fear not, Your Majesty, we shall return safely, together with His Highness Crown Prince Center. Thank you. Go forth, bearers of the horned lion crest. Fight not for the future of this nation, but for your own individual futures. And when this is over, return to your loved ones safe and unharmed. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, I'm going to... No. There we go. Continue. That was a bad impersonation of the Smash Brothers guy. Oh god, I remember when I played the N64 version back when I was a small babby me. It was fun. Ultimate now.
We'll be in Heimdall airspace in 3 minutes. Let's head straight for Dreckel's Plaza after entering.
Sounds good, babe.
Orbital engines and flight engines are both running at optimal levels here. We're ready for combat anytime.
Sounds good.
I don't doubt the enemy's mothership will try and attack, but you just leave that to us.
They probably will.
Understood. Enlighten me on one detail before I go, if you will. Why exactly is Elise on the Courageous?
Why is my motherfucking sister, who I spent so much time to try and save on the Courageous, the place that's going into battle?
I know you don't approve of my being here, Rain, but please, allow me the privilege of at least watching over you. I won't ask to accompany you like your classmates. I promise.
That goes without saying. I know you can use a sword, but not anywhere near the level.
All right, we get it. We know you're worried about her, but try and see things from her side.
If I may be frank, we couldn't ask for a better way to keep you in check than having her on board.
For once, we're in agreement.
Damn you guys.
You guys fucking
Thank
suck.
you all for your support.
As if anyone in here could turn down those doe eyes of yours, young lady.
Remember, there are a lot of people here waiting for you to come home safely. So don't you dare do anything too rash.
I'll come home to you, Toe.
I concur. He needs something to restrain me.
Even Valimar.
You too, Valimar?
Afraid you're completely outnumbered, Reen.
You're not going to change their minds, so you might as well just give up and accept fate.
Come on, Reen. You should know when to pick your battles at this point in the game.
Fine, fine.
Thank you, Reen. And everyone else, too.
Honestly. Oddly enough, I think that little exchange helped ease the tension around here.
Oh yeah, guys, just bring acknowledgement to the tension.
There's a break in the clouds ahead. Coming out into Heimdall airspace!
God, you never are supposed to mention the tension when it is broken. Because that will just tense it again. It's like, oh yeah, there was tension, huh?
How can something like that exist?
You guys had saw Satan.
That thing's gotta be like, what? 800 arch tall?
It's called the Infernal Castle. It once appeared during the War of the Lions as well.
And from there, it must have been sealed away by Dracul's the Lionheart and the Lance Maiden.
What are they trying to do with it?
Look.
Yeah, whatever. It was a guy's voice line saying, "Look, there." Oh, hello, big ship. I have a small ship.
Distance is 2,500. It's coming this way. They've activated their gun turrets. They're not even issuing any warnings. All engines, full power. Land the ship in Dracul's Plaza. Dodge any attacks coming our way.
Aye, aye, Captain.
12 seconds till we reach max speed.
Main cannons and secondary armaments are ready to fire.
All crew members, prepare for impact and the effects of G-forces.
I feel like that would be really hard to aim. And those are gonna fall down onto the goddamn city. No, they all can fall perfectly outside of it.
Oh no! Magic Knights!
I figured they'd show up.
Looks like Valimar and I will have to...
Leave them to us!
Guys. I mean, I guess with 8 of
The plan
them.
was that we would take care of everything here. And we will do so.
With 10 of them, I guess they could probably take on like 1 or 2 of them.
Please, proceed onward.
Patrick! Celestine!
I guess Celestine just punches.
We'll be counting on you.
Good luck!
He's a puncher.
Back me up, Loggins.
Right back at you.
Right back at
Here
you.
we go, Emily. Right.
We got guns.
As a member of the Florald family, I shall not be defeated.
And I will gladly fight at your side, Master Vincent.
Let's go, Highbell.
What kind of second years would we be if we didn't help out our underclassmen?
Let the battle begin!
Lambert. Guns.
Oh my. At
this rate, we might not have to actually do anything.
Sounds fine by me. Still, don't you think it's about time you stopped holding back?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Is Thomas a member of Ouroboros?
Oh dear. It looks like we may have to fight after all.
Oh, I can just sense it.
What's the world coming to when a guy can't even have a smoke in peace?
Well then, let's not keep them waiting.
God damn. Thomas, like, I think Thomas is honestly pretty high up there on the instructor favorability list. Because he's just a goofy,
Now's our chance.
goofy guy.
Take care, everyone.
Who's like
May
low-key a
Idios be with you
badass.
all.
Right. Got it. Right.
Courageous, begin rapid ascent. We need to draw the enemy mothership's attention. Aye, aye, Captain.
Rapid ascent. Oh, hello there. Fucking door. I cut it open.
Way to go, Reen.
What great power.
Wait! What's that?
Is that some sort of spiritual wall?
Yes, it's a spiritual barrier, and an incredibly powerful one at that.
Damn her.
Cut it.
Whoa!
Looks like it's not going to work. If Valimar can't break through it, there's no way Lammy can.
Isn't there anything we can do?
I think there is. Thanks to the Zemurian ore, I should be able to amplify my power and channel it through my sword. Can you do that, Valimar?
It is theoretically possible. Bear in mind, the burden will result in me being immobile for some time.
Sorry to ask, but let's do it!
Albino sword.
Spirit unification!
Cool.
You're right.
Just like what Crow did with Ordine.
Now, everyone, let's get inside.
Follow Reen's lead.
Understood.
Okay. High-speed airship fight.
They've entered the castle. But the barriers reappeared over the entrance.
Seriously?
Looks like we're just gonna have to leave everything to them now.
Good luck, everyone. Idios, please watch over them.
Okay. The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 2. Oh yeah, look at this final dungeon-y looking shit. Inferno Castle.
Okay, now this is a final dungeon.
Milliam gets it.
Words seem to have little meaning at this point.
Yeah. All we can do is steel ourselves and get moving.
Crow and the Azure Knight are in here, right?
Yes, and I'm almost certain Vita is too.
Duke Cayenne and the Crown Prince are likely accompanying them as well.
Zeno and Leo are probably waiting in ambush somewhere around here, I guess.
Hey, all these enemies are most likely in this castle.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we met one or two Ouroboros enforcers along the way.
How are you holding up, Reen? Not too tired?
I'm fine, thank you.
I foresee several hours of rest being required. By my calculations, I should return to peak condition in time for the battle against the Azure Awakener.
What are your calculations?
Good to hear. All right, ready to get moving? This place carries its weight in history, with ties to both the Divine Knights and the War of the Lions. But that doesn't matter. Not now, anyway. All that matters is that you're here, and you have everyone back at the Academy behind you. No matter what you face here, never forget that.
Thank you, Instructor.
We won't. Well, with that said, Class 7, our mission is to investigate this strange castle and find a way to return things to normal. Remember, we're also here so we can carve out a future we've chosen for ourselves. And if we want Crow to be a part of that future, it's time we show him just how far we've come by being together. There's no turning back from here. So let's just keep moving forward.
All right.
Okay. Oh, wow, I got 3 supports. Okay, well... need the base. And then... And now it's a matter of who do I want to come with, because Marcus is highest level. I don't quite care for his moves, so I'm thinking I'll take Sarah. Yeah, I'll take Sarah even though she's less equipped than most of the others. She's a support character anyway. And I can presumably switch them out by coming back down here. But I do want to... Yeah. I could keep Megalith on her, but I would rather put Juggler on her. So let's select Bow, select Bow, select Bow, select Bow. Okay. And she has all the level 2s and shit. So that's actually pretty good. If I Swordbreaker 2. Okay. So I'm gonna put Swordbreaker 2 on that. Yako. Wind Arts. Do I plan on using Wind Arts? So Nightbreaker move minus 50%. Guess I'll just do that. Let's take the P2. Good. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build her as a evasion person as well. Because I remember so I remember that what I did was sort of for shits and giggles, but I have multiple evergreens. Evergreen. I still have a patterned shirt. So now she has 65% chance to block her to dodge, which is pretty good. Yeah, especially considering how much stuff I have on feet. Synthesized weapons and rare components. So it only allows me to synthesize better versions, which is pretty cool. As well. sure. So everyone else. Save after all that. It's a bit of cutscenes. And
My turn.
My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn.
okay, going up. Okay. Just up and up and up and up and up. And into this door. First stratum 1, I believe.
Let's get this over with.
Here I go.
Now!
My turn.
My turn.
Onward.
It's my turn.
You're to wind quite a bit of this earth.
Arcus.
Here I go.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
Onward.
Okay. Arcus.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
I should probably
Alright,
just stick
let's
with
keep
Maelstrom
going.
because the delay
Great.
afterwards will be
Success.
less. So it'll honestly just be better to use water ones, even if they're less effective. So the high-level spirits in here, after all, are president, also known as the Vermilion Apocalypse's castle. What grandmothers said in the past, we're in for quite an ordeal here. Good thing we have the two to help us in on what to expect. I don't know. You have some knowledge about it, but this isn't exactly the same castle that appeared here 250 years ago. The castle's layout and contents changed depending on both who summons it and what circumstance they summon it in. Kind of like how the Divine Knights change slightly depending on who their awakener is. This would sound more far-fetched rather than... No, we're not playing Pokemon. I just hope there aren't too many ghosts. Regardless, Draco's the Lionheart and the Landsman conquered this castle in the past, and we shall do the same. Oh well, no turning back now. Alright, let's stay alert and get moving. Okay, Infernal Castle, first stratum.
Advantage is ours.
My turn.
Okay.
My turn. Evil will fall before my blade.
Aegis is almost level 5, which is good.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Let's move.
My turn.
Okay.
Leave this to me. Evil will fall before my blade.
Nope. Still haven't got level 5 with Aegis. I am curious as to, like, what is the maximum number of level 5 quests you can possibly
Now's our
get
chance.
in a
Let's
amount
get
of
'em.
time with one playthrough
My
of this
turn.
game? Because to me it just seems like it would be a bit.
Now!
Okay.
Right.
Arcus, onward!
All right, let's keep going.
So Sarah level makes sense.
My turn.
ahead!
My turn.
My turn.
Onward!
Here I go.
It's my turn! Alright, let's keep going.
Good. Vegas was 5. Solid. Cliff. Okay, reduce 18 to that Earth Arts, which makes sense.
Look at me! I feel stronger!
Good. Some chests.
Leave this to me!
Okay!
Here I go.
The advantage!
My turn.
My turn.
Right. Arcus,
onward!
Let's move. Now!
Alright, let's keep going.
So I seem to be at about level with the first shadow, because they're giving me only like 1,000 and 2,000s. God, you look freaking weird. Yeah, I think that can
Let's
be a
move.
single advantage on, presumably.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
I haven't seen this one yet, and it gives a bunch of CP and CP regen, so I'm curious. That's cool.
Right.
Honestly, just was not needed in this
Arcus,
situation.
activate!
My turn! Shatter!
Here I go.
Right.
Let's move.
It's my turn!
I'll handle it.
Yep.
Alright, let's keep going.
Solid.
I believe.
Should probably fight the big things just for the XP. Not much else. Ah, ladders. Good to see that they still have ladders in this world. Ah, hello there. Breaking your pottery.
My turn.
Leave this to me!
Now's our chance. We can do this!
So that was
Here I go. Now!
I'll handle it.
It's my turn! Arcus,
leave this to me!
Laura is a bit faster now, apparently. Her speed
Alright,
is
let's keep going.
slightly above the level it needed to be
Great.
to have Elliot just go before her twice. Which is solid. Wow.
now's our chance. We can.
Let's move. Now's our chance!
I'll handle it.
Right.
Onward!
All right, let's keep going.
Done.
I've got it.
'Cause if I could get criminal and juggler to wow, that one.
Now's our chance.
My turn!
If I could get criminal and juggler all like level 5'd out prior to
Okay.
Right.
My turn.
prior to
Let's move.
the final fight, which I presume is coming up.
Now's our
That
chance!
would be best, even if they aren't going to be used necessarily.
All right, let's keep going.
Just having those level 5
Look at me go!
store would be great. Okay, now I'll be able to go and deal with these things. Sounds fantastic. I'm dropping all these new materials that I don't exactly need anymore.
Right.
Yeah, they go down the ladder.
Let's move!
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest.
Virgos. Action. Okay. So move +5. Moves 21. Yeah, I'm gonna give these. Ooh, wait, that actually decreases. 10. Having her with movement is pretty good. But does it, you know what? Because this gives her more movement, this just improves everything. I would rather put it on her than anything else. Yeah, you know what? I'll put those on. Okay. That's good. Can't say how much of a fan I am for the like really thin corridors that are going around.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
These guys, they look like they look like Dark Souls enemy.
A worthy adversary.
I can't remember the
My
name.
turn. Now's our chance!
My turn.
My turn.
I need to move.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. There we go. Damn it. I was hoping the 100% CP or 100% CP up would apply after my
Evil will fall before my blade.
thing. But, oh well.
I've got this.
Flash EX, that's good.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
I would rather get this with a single advantage. Ah. Turn around, you piece of shit. You know what? Frick. I don't need to fight them. The XP that they give is something I can get through a couple random fights. First, ooh, okay, first stratum. Okay. This seems to be rather linear, which is nice. because I'm not saying I'm not a fan of non-linear.
Okay.
Leave this to me.
It's just there you go.
The advantage is ours.
It's just when it is linear, it just expedites a lot of processes that would otherwise take a bit.
Okay. Let's move. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
See, I'm actually kind of annoyed when I vanish enemies, because vanishing an enemy gets rid of the XP that they would have yielded, which while not bad, I would prefer it to give me the XP. I don't exactly comprehend why not. I guess I can sort of comprehend why you want to.
Watch out, guys.
Here I go.
Get it? Now! It just seems kind of
It's my turn.
bullshit. It's like I didn't choose to vanish the enemy. It just happened. Okay, there we go.
All right, let's keep going.
I'm checking everything down here because I remember the last game's Final Dungeon had some mirrored ore shards like on the floor. Just like random pickups.
This one's dangerous.
And I don't
My
want
turn.
to,
Never change.
miss them.
Okay.
Okay. Arcus.
Leave this.
My turn.
What?
God, he got petrified. Too overdrive.
All right, let's keep going.
Oh man, that guy gave me nothing. Okay, so that's the thing I need to figure out how to get to. Presumably by hitting a switch and opening up a path.
Watch out. My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
Onward.
Here I go.
All right.
Honestly, I'd rather be skipping these guys at this point.
Oh, what could it be?
Alfred's armor. Ooh, evasion 10. 60. That was men only? Yeah, okay. Well, might as well put that on Reem. Some evasion chance. And more strength. Who will stop this?
Watch out. My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
All right, let's keep going.
That one was decent executed. Not the greatest, but, you know,
I'm so glad.
It was pretty solid, I would say. Okay, gotta come in here, kick this door down. Ooh, magic knight. I'm gonna fight that.
That's a real beast of a monk.
Hostile spotted.
My turn.
Come on, it's been a while since I've got a chain battle.
Okay.
Right.
My turn.
My turn. Now!
We aren't done yet.
Here I go.
It's my turn.
Okay.
No need
All right,
to,
let's keep going.
no need to waste time.
I'm
with
awesome.
this.
That one's gonna be a pain. Careful.
Okay. Will stop eventually.
Watch out. Here I go.
Advantage. Eat it.
Never change.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
How much left in there? 15,000. Crap. Sure, I'll bring it on.
Now's our chance.
It's my turn.
Guess I'm just gonna maelstrom it down.
My turn. Now!
Okay.
My turn. My turn. Let's move. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Yes. So that's also a good strat.
Great.
When Green gets 0 hearts, just do that spell. And then honestly, like the best version of
That's
that
a real beast of a monster.
would be to use True Arc Slash twice. Yeah, and then there's a switch there. Don't need to fight you. Get out of here.
My turn. Now!
Okay.
My turn.
Okay.
Here I go. Now!
Use a spell.
Absolute
Just
victory.
gonna run through that. There we go. Just took a few
My
hits.
turn.
I'll handle it.
It's my...
My turn. Evil will fall before my blade.
Okay. Down there. These guys. These ones.
A worthy adversary.
Let's
Battle,
move.
That's fine.
Okay. Arcus,
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
okay. Arcus,
Here I go. Now they're
No.
Here come more.
Chain battle.
Here I go.
Death blow.
it's my turn. Arcus,
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Leave this to me.
okay.
Let's move.
I'll handle
My turn.
Right.
Leave the.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
So, I think we're making pretty good progress in terms of quartz levels.
This one's dangerous.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Leave this to me.
Okay.
Let's move.
I'll handle it.
Let's move.
Okay.
My turn.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. So I'm guessing by the end of... Well, actually, I'm still only in Stratum 1, so I still probably have a bit to go. So I'm not going to
Oh,
make any
isn't this a
claims
pleasant surprise?
presuming
There's a
what
treasure
level
chest.
I'm gonna be.
We have nothing to fear.
Okay.
Here I go.
Well, first and foremost, I'm going to...
Second form. Dance! Now's our chance.
This
Let's go.
first.
Witness.
Yeah, there we go. Doing over 100k, not even on a crit turn.
Evil will fall
Just-
before my blade.
Just get fucked so hard, man.
I
I'm awesome. I feel.
Deus Gen. What the hell is Deus Gen? Because that sounds pretty cool. Art's EP cost reduced by a third. Do I have EP cut? Yes. Because I'll pop that on him. Actually, no, I won't. I will not pop that on him. I'll pop out her instead of this. Because she doesn't regain mana or EP or whatever by hitting with it. So I'd rather her things cost less so she can use more. Now with 25 and 33%, or a third, 30%, however they decide to do a third. I imagine it's 33%, right? Whatever.
I wonder where this is.
The end of the first stratum, most likely.
Okay, here I go.
Oh, cool. Presumably, I'll be able to. Let's give me back some CP, I think. Nope, okay. That looks goofy. Yeah, I feel like that's a glitch in the Matrix, as it were. Okay, and that takes me to the first entrance, so I can switch out my people. Oh god, this music is so good.
What is this place?
Feels kind of different from the rest of the castle.
I think that's some sort of magical elevator.
I bet we can use that to go up to the next stratum.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Hey, Diwali. And McBurn? No, just...
Well, look who finally showed up.
Oh hey, it's the creepy mask dude.
My apologies for dropping in like this. Truly, our reunion could not come about on a more spectacular stage.
You mean in spectacularly bad taste, then sure.
Seriously.
It is said that she too once challenged this legendary castle. There would be no greater honor for me than to be able to demonstrate my strength here.
She?
I assume she's referring to the Steel Maiden, Ouroboros' seventh Anguis.
Although, there are some who speculate her to be Saint Leanne Sandlot herself.
That doesn't make any sense.
Come to think of it, weren't we saved by someone similar to Saint Sandlot in Lohengrin Castle?
How can someone who was alive 250 years ago be alive now?
How can this castle exist?
Possibility did cross my mind, but...
Still, with a name like the Stall River, it's abundantly clear that inspiration was drawn from the Lance Maiden and her Eisenritter, if nothing else.
Indeed, she saw my potential and guided me in all her wisdom. Graciously ushered me to new heights few could ever hope to reach. Someone from a mere branch like the Arcade School could never hope to compare.
Ooh.
Interesting. The chance to face an opponent related to my life's goal is a gift I am rarely presented. Duvali, it would be an honor to test my skill against yours, neither to prove the Arcade School is more than a branch, nor to defend its name, but simply so that together, we may both aspire to greater heights.
Laura, you're so awesome! That's our Laura.
I think you've chosen the wrong girl to pick a fight with this time.
Is she really part of Ouroboros?
I feel kind of sorry for her.
Ugh! Stop staring at me like I'm some sort of naughty child! It's all very well to talk big, but it means nothing without strength to back it up.
If I may interject, a spectacular stage is nothing without a spectacular cast. What say you, Class 7, to settling things between us in one last performance?
Sounds swell.
Ha-ha! It's a terrible shame I can't do the same with my worthy rival here and now. But there are certainly worse ways to pass the time than crushing the dreams of those with whom he placed his faith. Well, enough prattle. Shall we begin? You, with the power of an ogre, and you, the famous purple lightning. Show to me the beautiful emptiness that lies at the very depths of despair.
Yeah.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
Don't hold back, because I certainly won't. On my name is the foremost knight of the Stall River, Duvali the Swift. You shall be defeated!
Ready your sword!
Class 7, let's get this done and keep moving.
All right!
Right.
Now!
Okay.
Dance beautifully!
It's the end of the line for you.
My turn.
Okay. So first and foremost,
Here goes!
he's gonna do this. Shark slash the hell out of him.
Never chance! What?
I'll handle it.
Bullet cyclone.
Let's move.
Another shark slash.
Now!
Okay.
Arcs. Maelstrom.
Let's move.
Shark slash.
Never chance!
Onward!
Arcs. Tag.
Here I go.
Shark slash.
Okay.
I'll handle it.
Let's move.
So it's plus 10. Whatever, I'll just steal that.
Okay.
Arcs.
Arcus activate.
Did not mean to do the green. It was actually the last person I would have wanted to deal with. Whatever, AT.
Try this.
I'll handle it.
Sorry.
Leave this to me.
Not way too much. 32, 130. Yeah, I need some CP. 15, 40 CP. That's pretty good. 20. Yeah, okay. Give me some 40 CP.
Delicious.
It's my turn.
Arcs. Actually, no. Yeah, I need to go up. So I want her to do this.
Stop fighting the inevitable.
Let's move.
What I'll do is take this crit reward,
Witness the fruits of my training.
demolish them a little bit.
It's impossible.
Yeah. I kept that domination for so long.
Evil will fall before my blade.
Okay, reminder. When I think I'm going to the boss fight, do not use my ult with Laura without
Done.
recharging it first.
I've
got it.
So what I should have
I
done
feel strong.
is left that room again and just went and fought some people so I could get my CP back.
We were victorious.
They never even went. Duvali and B never even went because my AT delay was so strong.
Yay!
That was some fight.
They just didn't want to go down.
Well, you have aptly demonstrated that you can overcome despair. But alas, you may have been a little too unlucky with your opponent. What are you...
This can't be happening. I couldn't have been defeated. The swordsmanship of the illustrious Steel Maiden could never be surpassed by this rabble. Impossible. Ridiculous. I won't let it happen! Too slow!
What the fuck?
What? This is what she is capable of?
So this is why they call her Duvalie the Swift.
At this rate, we're...
She may not have a number among the enforcers, but it's most assuredly not for lack of skill. So long as her lord wills it, she'll fight till she's breathed her last. And with that, the first act was a most impressive performance. But now begins our second act of despair.
Serious, we're fighting
This
again.
isn't looking good. They've got the advantage now. There's no way we're getting past them.
I'm afraid they have to bow out for now, but not to worry. The real stars of Act 2 have arrived.
Yo, is it Albert?
That sounds like...
Rose petals.
Could it be? Come on, pay attention now.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
They're fast!
Yo, it's Toval and Albert.
Your Highness, Toval!
You came to help us?
If I didn't know you, I'd almost think you were there the whole time.
You had to have planned that.
I mean...
Well, we weren't standing around waiting for the right time to make our grand entrance. I'll give you that much.
Speak for yourself. And if you must know,
I
Class
totally
7,
was.
the situation in Western Erebonia has finally turned in our favor.
Ooh, okay.
And as soon as it did, we made for the capital as fast as we could. Even so, we only just arrived.
Thank goodness for that.
We're grateful to have your support.
To think I would get the chance to face you here after all, Prince Olivert. The goddess has truly shined her light upon us. Or the devils have cast their shadows at the very least.
Ugh! Who cares about a debaucherous prince and some bracer who's only as good as his arts? If you're going to try and talk big, at least bring Mueller Vander with you.
Oh, but we did bring it.
Pardon?
Contrary to the inside, things weren't looking so hot out in front of the castle, so we asked him to stay out there and hold the line. His friend showed up to help too, so who wants to bet how long it'll take before they got everything under control?
His friend. You couldn't mean...
Witness the sword of a Vander!
That sounds like
He's incredible.
So he's the young lion of the Vanders.
I would expect nothing finer from those charged with protecting the Imperial family.
Major Mueller Vander.
Ladies and gentlemen of Thors, I've come to your aid. We should be able to handle everything here until reinforcements are...
You're finished!
Instructor Neidhart!
You came to help us?
Having him around will help even the odds a little.
Nice to see you made it, Neidhart. I heard they were keeping you busy over by the east exit. Didn't think you were going to show up so soon.
Brigadier General Wallace called for a temporary ceasefire in light of the current situation. Once I received permission from the Lieutenant General, I came here as fast as I could. I'm more surprised that you were able to make it this far into the city.
I'm only here because that idiot got it in his brain to burst in with his usual fanfare. But I left the babysitting duties to Tobal, so not to worry. I can give this battle my full attention.
Is that so? In that case, what would you say to a friendly wager? Say, which of us can take down more of these knights?
You're on. We haven't had one of those since our days in the same battalion.
Oh my! What a combination of chiseled physiques and battlefield camaraderie! Would you mind if I joined in the fun too?
Friend of yours, perhaps?
Let's just focus on fighting.
Hey guys, can I join? I love it if fucking Thomas just annihilated like 30 of them.
You just leave things here to us.
It looks like you've got quite the climb ahead of you. Rouse those fighting spirits of yours, and do what you can to save Cedric.
Yes, Your Highness.
We won't let you down.
Kick some ass, Toval.
Well, good luck.
We're counting on you.
Please, stay safe.
Thanks, guys! Bye-bye!
You're not going anywhere.
Your Highness!
Right there with you.
I like how he also has a gun.
Arcus, activate!
Oh.
Are they both casting arts at the same time?
What fun! How often does one get to do battle with two distinguished arts users at once? Then it seems I will have to demonstrate my proficiency with my own magic as well.
This is not the time to try and one-up each other! No! No! No!
Yeah, get fucked.
Come back here! Get back here, damn it!
Yeah! First boss battle down. Castle, second straddle. Oh, we seem to have come quite a way up. Still quite a journey before we reach the top. This is the castle's second stratum. It's supposedly where the evil that emerged from Purgatory's great tree lurks. Is that right? There's every chance we could run into an ambush like that one again. We're gonna have to stay vigilant. True enough. Yeah. You've got it, boss. I mean, presumably the ambush is going to come when I reach up there. Okay, so this is a big boy. This is a big one. I got a teleporter. Just still janking the hell out. Don't even need to rest. Okay, so this one has eyeballs that I need to kill to release the thing. Okay. I do like how it is just a goddamn freaking tree in here. Ooh, and I'm on the branches or the roots or whatever. There we go.
Advantage is ours.
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
There we go.
Onward! Let's move. Now!
All right, let's keep going.
No, it won't let me go into the abyssal waters.
My turn.
Yep.
Advantage.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
Here I go.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay, solid, solid, solid. Solid, solid. Yes.
Here I go. Now we're turn.
Okay.
Here I go. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
And around the edge. Come up the side. So that's around type thing.
Stay on guard, everyone. That's no ordinary foe.
Leave this to me! A worthy adversary.
Here I go.
Only a single advantage, but it doesn't matter all that much.
Okay.
It's my turn.
Leave this to me!
Here I go. Here I go.
Right. Arcus.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
I like how I already have my drive back because of how little I use them. Take out the disgusting eye thing. It's like it's Zelda. You have to kill the eye to unlock the path.
I will.
Let's move.
So eventually.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
It's my turn. Now's our chance.
Masterfully done, Elliot.
Always happy to be your backing track.
Yeah. Go this way first because it is the odd man out in terms of pathing.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Probably are. Does look derpy though.
Let's move.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
Onward! Evil will fall before my blade.
I did it!
Solid. One way to say a solid snake. No, they wouldn't say that.
I spy with my little eye.
Why so serious? Okay, so that decreased my speed, increased my move. It would give me more strength and defense. Quite a bit more defense. Yeah, I would rather... Ooh, but that decreases my ATS. Actually, I'd rather this. Because in case he needs to move, and it increases his speed, and it gets his defense higher. So, I need Elliot to have survivability, because if he does take hits for some reason, I don't want him to instantly die, because then I don't have a healer.
That's a real beast of a monster.
Oh, excuse me.
This one is great.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Leave this to me.
My turn.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, let's keep going.
Success.
Turbo mode is an
I feel-
amazing thing. I should probably save, because it's been a while. Yeah, I haven't saved since the start of the dungeon. Now, it hasn't taken me all that long to get through the dungeon. It's just a matter of I don't have to do it again. Okay, so there is tree block. Presumably it is one of those things right there. And that'll probably unlock that door path. So I can come back down here. Get out of here. Want all this Sepith math.
Okay.
Leave this to me.
Just turn around. Nope, okay.
Here I go.
Always a good idea to have a
My
comprehension as to
It's my turn! Arcus, onward!
You can't.
Let's move.
Alright, let's keep going.
Do I not have the scouter on anyone anymore? Because I feel like I haven't got scouter in a while. So I thought I had it on her. Vision, yeah, automatically analyzed. So I just need to get the kill in blood with her more often to get the scouter. I thought maybe I had it on Elliot, but yeah,
This one's my turn.
Here I go.
It's my turn!
Evil will fall.
Because I don't, like, I've been finding that I have not actually been using all her CP all that much. So might as well just do it like this. Nope, okay, can't do it.
Let's move.
Okay.
It's my turn!
My turn.
Here I go. Now!
It's over!
You had one chance. One chance, snake thing.
Absolutely.
You wasted it.
Right.
My turn.
My turn.
She is really good for,
Please, take care around that one.
I'm just gonna presume I will not be able to get in it more than a single advantage.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Cyclone.
Right.
That's true.
Leave this to me.
Here I go.
Yeah, AT delayed you, I say.
It's my turn!
Save the AT delayed.
Here I go. Now!
Okay.
We should never get another turn.
Alright, let's keep going.
That was pretty good XP gain. Okay, and I saw that the two things that I cared about, criminal and juggler, are well on their way to. I was really hoping it would just shoot the gun real quick. Okay. Come on.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Here I go.
My turn.
Okay!
My turn.
Try.
Now with
Right,
Elliot's
let's keep
extra
going.
speed from the boots, I do think he's able to do the spell thing again. Where he's able to rip off a really fast spell, faster than Laura can even attack.
I spy with my little eye.
Enemy sighted. Let's take him out. Here I go. Now for chance.
My turn. Now.
Okay! Arcus activate!
Here I go.
Alright, let's keep going.
Yeah, so they're about like 60% each, the two.
I did it!
Two master cores, which is nice.
Not bad.
I've got it!
I feel...
Ramage. ATS, it gives me claim Solarium, but I kind of prefer... Well, I don't often use those things anyway, because water is just better, so if I could get more ATS, definitely use that. I would rather keep that on. One is Moon Jam. What about... You know what? I'll put the Brahma Gem on him, just so he does more damage. I'm not sure the modification level, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure how much 1 ATS equates to 1 damage. I imagine it's halfway decent.
I hope we're...
This one's dangerous.
Here I go! Now's our chance!
I'll handle it.
My turn! Now's our chance!
It's my turn!
Yes.
Arcus active! Onward! Try this!
Just like this. Ah, yes, the big hand. The hand of God. Ah, yes, indeed.
Let's move!
I'll handle it.
Here I go! Now's our chance! Here I go!
My turn.
Now's our...
My turn.
It's my turn!
Let's move! Now's our... Let's move!
Okay.
Okay!
I just wanted to get CP back. That was
Alright, let's keep going.
basically the point of that battle, along with some pretty damn good XP. I will say that is a nice boon of that enemy. They take a lot of hits, but they're not immune or extremely resistant to AT delay.
This one is really...
Here I go!
I'll handle it.
My turn.
My turn!
Okay!
My turn.
Let's move! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Go. It even has like gross sound effects. I love it. System save. It's been a while. And maybe I won't use all 199 of the saves. Okay. Oh man, no, that's jab 2. Okay, I guess this one's one was a lot. It's called bullcrap.
My turn! Now's our...
My turn.
Let's move! Now's our chance!
Onward.
Right. Now's our chance!
Masterfully done, Elliot.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can preserve my CP. I would enjoy that.
Leave this to me.
It's my turn!
My turn!
Stay on guard, everyone. That's no ordinary foe.
Sit! Ha! Sit! Ha! Sit! Ha!
This one is really tough.
Okay.
This is why I have
Let's
the
move.
upfront.
Now!
Right.
Let's just take that 0.
Onward.
move.
Okay.
Okay. Now.
Here I go.
Okay. Arcus.
Might.
My
Yep.
evil will fall before my blade.
Rocking, honestly.
Look at me go!
That's
Ah,
My turn.
one. Just wasn't at the standing at the right point. Okay, hello, gargoyle men.
Please, take care around that one.
a worthy adversary.
My turn.
Okay, let's not waste time.
Never change.
I'll handle it.
69.
Right.
No idea what we need to.
Arcus,
Perfect.
leave this to me.
Perfect.
Let's move.
It's my turn.
My turn. Now!
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
I did it!
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on. This one looks brilliant.
Here I
I was
go.
hoping I could get a.
Never change.
Get
I'll
fast.
handle it.
It's my turn.
Attack.
Let's move.
My turn.
How thankful I am for that.
It's my turn.
Here I go.
My.
All right, let's keep going.
I'm so glad I have the
I feel stronger than.
gladiator equipment on Laura. Zero powder. Honestly, it's not worth it, but well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. It's XP, so
We've reached the end of the second
Leave
stratum.
this to me.
Right.
My turn.
What is that?
it looks like a bird under. Just. System save there. Tactics, good, and whatnot. I still don't comprehend how certain people, because Elliot and Laura have been linked together the entire game. Yet both of them have higher relationships with different people, I believe. Which is weird. I don't comprehend how it works. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't gotten. Yeah, weird. Could've sworn. I mean, I'm expecting to get another one at some point, but it feels like we've gotten there in Act 2. Wow. Get all these things. Weakener. Never even got to enjoy it. Orbital Bike 3, Orbital Bike 2. Wonder what the last one is. Oh shit, I forgot to snowboard in Ymir when I was there last. Oh well. I'll figure it out. What's that? I can't sense anything spiritual from it. Neither can I. But it's a bird, so it's probably Zephyr's sign. Neither can I think it's just ordinary paint. You don't think this could be? It's a symbol depicting a flying bird. Oh, I remember seeing one of the intelligence division's files now. Pretty sure it's meant to signify a battle will take place on the other side. We better be ready before going in. Right. Onward. Onward! Onward and upward, peasants! Oh yeah, walking in.
Wow, talk about quick.
You've been advancing the castle at an impressive rate.
Yes.
Uh-oh. I suspected as much.
See.
Sup? Hello, my arm is big. I'm gonna make you guys regret not letting me
I knew
get
it was
that
you
extra
two.
AP earlier in the game.
I thought you were busy over in the West.
We were, but Duke Cayenne called us back here yesterday.
Fortunate, as that allows us this chance to settle things with you.
True.
You okay, Fee?
Don't worry about me. I've got no more hesitations.
No hesitation.
I want to know what happened a year ago. Why you all left me behind after the boss died. Where the others are. What they're doing now. I've wanted those answers for a long time. And today, I want you to give me them.
Well, I don't think it'd hurt to tell her something. She's made it this far. She deserves a reward, don't you think?
Perhaps so.
They're just like nice dads.
The reason we left you behind was because that was the boss's will.
His will?
Before he went to settle things with the Red Constellation's war god, he gave us a message. He told us, if he died in that battle, we should get you out of the Corps once and for all.
As you may be aware, the boss was opposed to you being an active part of the Corps from the start.
Oh, and apparently the Red Constellation, like, has like a pretty decently large part in the Crossbell series ones. So it's interesting that they cover the Zephyr side in this one.
I imagine he thought it was a good time to stop you from remaining a part of it any longer.
He'd also figured out that the guild got wind of his duel, so he told us to try and make sure the Purple Lightning would find you and take you in.
It's hard to believe we're talking about the leader of a major Jaeger Corps here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected him to be thinking of her that much.
He fits the profile on his file, all right. Well, more like it doesn't even do him justice.
Boy, did I get played. Never guessed all that was his plan when I took her under my wing. He always was the clever sort.
As for the other question, the one about where the others are and what they're doing,
That we can't answer. Surely that comes as no surprise. You're no longer part of the Corps. Outsiders have no business being kept abreast of our internal affairs.
still, if you really want to know, you could always beat it out of us. That's how us Jaegers do business, right?
Gonna beat the shit out of him.
Back before I joined Class 7, I always had to rely on others to protect me. When I was left wandering battlefields with nowhere to go, I only survived because the boss cared for me. When I fought battle after battle for the Corps, I only lived to see another day because of the things you two taught me. And when you left me behind, I only got by because Sarah rescued me. One misstep was all it would have taken for me to lose my way. But ever since enrolling at the academy, I've finally been able to work towards changing that. Now I'm no longer completely reliant on others. I can stand on my own 2 feet. I've become someone capable of protecting the family I treasure, instead of hopelessly being protected by them. And I was able to prove that too. Because when I was separated from everyone this time, I was able to fight to take them, and everything else I lost, back again.
Fee.
That you did. I'm not the girl you knew anymore. I'm no longer a child who can't do anything alone, who can't decide anything for herself. It doesn't matter if it's the academy or the Corps. If it's to protect what I care about, I'll strive every day to get stronger and stronger. Not because becoming stronger to earn what you want is the way of a Jaeger, but because it's my way as an individual. And don't you forget it!
Well said, Fee.
Yeah, Fee.
Well, I'll be. Hard to believe how much that little pipsqueak from back then's grown.
The boss seems to have got his wish. Although I doubt even he foresaw how far you would come.
What terrifying battle auras.
So, what do you say? Show us you can flap with your own wings instead of just being coddled in the nest.
As for the rest of you, you can show us whether you have the strength to surpass us and step farther inside.
See, this is...
Gladly.
See, I'm
Commencing
curious.
hostilities. Let's take him out.
Right. I'm curious because what if...
Come on.
Let's see exactly what you've got.
Like, what if...
Ain't gonna like these.
Oh yeah, he does this javelin bullshit. Like, I'm curious, because what if you don't have, like, Laura in the party when you fight Jubilee, and what if you don't have Fee in the party when you fight these guys? Like,
here goes!
Is it just goofy looking?
Overdrive!
We'll fight you. Dark Slash.
Now!
I'll handle it.
Bullet Cyclone. First.
Here I go!
Dark Slash.
Now!
Take this. Imperial Fire!
Now. Your...
Leave this to me.
Okay. I'm not gonna wait for a,
Witness the fruits of my training.
So it's good news.
Radiant Lion!
Yep. Real good. Yeah, I hit him real good.
Now this is getting interesting.
That is something.
My turn.
Here goes!
Just gonna do it again.
Overdrive! Now!
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Ooh, I wonder if I could do this. They know how people would want to break it.
Now's our chance!
It's my turn!
Arts. Seraphic Ring.
My turn.
Try.
You
Thanks.
got my things.
My turn.
Dark Slash.
Now's our chance!
Okay.
My turn.
It's my turn!
Arts. Maelstrom.
Hut!
I'm curious because I don't remember watching this. But I probably did. Like
Here
how
we
his
go.
burn was covered in water.
Right. Arcus activate!
Okay.
Onward!
That was dumb.
Not dealing with your goddamn
My turn.
lances.
Okay!
Nah. Attacks.
I'll handle it.
Okay!
I'd rather just do this. There we go.
Impressive.
Yes. Get
Evil will fall before my blade.
It's beautiful seeing them
Did it!
get
Done.
wrecked so hard. Especially when at the beginning of the game they
Look at me go! I'm
hurt
so
me
glad.
so bad.
Naturally.
You're not known as some of the strongest Jaegers around for nothing.
We may be enemies, but I can't help but be filled with admiration.
I can see why their threat level's down is level 5 now.
Who'd have thought that a bunch of kids would be able to corner us like this?
This could be quite an enjoyable battle after all.
What?
And they get back up.
What? Black battle auras.
We can answer your question from earlier, but I'm afraid our contract forbids us from letting you go any farther.
We've got our pride as a Jaeger Corps, you know. So long as we live, you ain't taking a single step past us.
Oh
War cry?
Ugh, I knew they were strong, but not this strong.
I don't think I have a choice here.
We made it just in time.
Ew.
Shall we go on the offensive?
Sharon and Claire.
Huh?
I've used both of these people in my party, and they were not this strong.
The hell?
No.
Sharon?
Claire, you're here!
Oh, it's both the SH, not CH. Okay.
Oh, look, it's my two favorite people.
Solid, Sarah.
It's so wonderful to see you again.
I'm pleased to see everyone as well. It took some time to catch up to you.
Haha! Well, look who decided to show up.
The Severing Chains and the Icy Maiden. We couldn't pray to the goddess for two people more worthy of our time.
We'll handle them. Keep going.
Leave everything to us.
Thank you.
We appreciate your support.
Take care, you two.
Sarah still doesn't look happy.
Can't say I ever wanted to end up indebted to either of you, but I owe you guys a beer.
See ya, Claire!
Stay sharp, Lillian.
She was firing them off into nowhere.
V! The others in the Corps are doing just fine. They're acting separately from us right now. To bring back the boss.
To bring back the boss?
What?
Go onward. The next foe you face is the strongest of all. Don't let your guard down for even a second.
They're acting to resurrect the boss? Or is he not dead? Glad they don't have elevator conversations. Oh boy. Infernal Castle, third stratum. This is the third stratum of the castle. It's said to be the place where light and dark are always at odds with one another. We're gonna need to be even more careful than before. V. Is what they said bothering you? Anyone would be after hearing them say they were trying to bring back the boss. He was your adopted father, wasn't he? But it doesn't make sense. You said he died a year ago in battle. That's right. I only told you guys his title as the Jaeger King, but his full name was Rutger Clausen. And yeah, he and the War God both died in their duel. There's no mistaking it. I saw it with my own eyes. Yep, that's right. I can't deny it bothers me, but we need to keep going. Right now, we need to settle things with Crow. Well, if you're certain, let's proceed. Will Captain Claire and Sharon be alright against them? Claire's gonna be A-okay, nothing can stop her. Yeah, you really don't need to worry about either of those two. They're up against one nasty duo, but I think we all know they can hold their own in a fight. Claire has that 100% guarantee freeze move, so I really hope she is. Okay, this is the teleporter. I don't think I need the rest. Okay, like something like that will let me go up to there. Whatnot. Okay, so let's advance first. I do like how on the map even focuses more on where the thing is being changed to.
My turn. Here I go. Now!
It's my turn.
Here I go.
Onward! Evil will fall before my blade.
That was very slow in terms of,
Okay.
I will.
My turn.
EX.
Now!
I'll handle it.
Sweet.
Let's move. Now!
My turn. There be.
Right.
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
I'd imagine a speedrun of this game just looks crazy because you're probably running around his feet a lot, simply because she has
He's ahead.
okay, simply because she has like the best environmental attack. Because she can, I believe all her things are pretty insane in terms of.
Right.
Zero Arts, Solarium.
My turn. We'll cut our own path.
That was just
Look at me go!
not the best. Okay, so I'm guessing I have to fight all three of the walls to get through.
Here I go.
My turn.
Right.
My turn.
Onward! Evil will fall before my blade.
These guys don't give as much XP as I would like them to. Oh, okay, so it's pick the right one and you get to go through. It's not even a, it's not even what I thought it was. I didn't go back down there though, but I want to get this shit first. I think this one. Yes. And middle. The last one I don't know. So I'm gonna guess this one.
We have.
My turn.
Cyclone.
Let's move.
Yes.
It's my turn.
Zero Arts.
Okay.
Here I go.
Onward!
Awesome.
All right, let's keep going.
Let's try this. Okay, so it's middle.
Okay. Now.
My turn. Now for champ.
My turn.
Here I go.
Okay.
I'll handle it. Now.
My turn. Now for champ.
All right, let's keep going.
Slowly but surely going up.
Let's move.
Yes.
Now!
Onward!
Okay. Spin.
Here come more.
Okay.
Here I go.
X.
Now they're...
I'll handle it.
Let's move.
Leave this to me!
Spin.
They're off guard!
Right.
My turn.
Here I go. Here I go.
It's my turn.
Oh man. You absolutely set.
My turn.
My turn. Now they're...
Those guys are not weak to water,
Did it!
even though they look fiery.
I'm so.
Here I go.
My turn.
My turn.
Onward! Now!
Right.
Let's move. My turn. We'll cut our own path.
So I'm definitely a little above level now. Just purely based on the XP yield. And stairs.
I spy with my little eye.
Celestial armor. Vision 10. So that's... Oh yeah. It's awesome. Give Laura evasion. Give my haste.
I welcome all.
My turn.
Here I go. Now they're...
Right.
My turn.
My turn. We'll cut our own path.
That was abysmal in terms of XP yield. Ah, okay. So these are like repeat bosses.
That's a real beast of a monster. Leave this to me!
Okay!
My turn.
Yeah. Presumably I can get a single anti-giant.
This one's really tough.
My turn.
That's just a Nosferatu. Do is
Second. Now for chance.
First.
I'll handle it.
Second.
It's my turn.
Nice. Ooh. Name Solarian.
Hut.
Well. Oh boy.
Onward!
Thank you. You have to scout it.
Evil will fall before my blade.
Oh god. Okay, good. Criminal and Juggler.
I'm awesome!
Pretty damn close to level 5. I find it interesting. I find it interesting that killing this one brought that one up there. Presumably killing that one will bring that one up there. It seems almost backwards and not at all helpful. And just have to figure out how to get that thing down. I do not want to fight you guys. You guys are not worth the trouble. You asked me to go through for it. Okay.
Here I go. Never.
My turn.
Onward! Evil will fall before my blade.
Swift-Age. I find it interesting how they have a specific boost for doing it in 3 turns. Oh, okay, so it's just another boost for Otto.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Give me single advantage.
Watch out. This is a... Let's move.
Yes.
Now's our chance.
Okay.
Looks like
It's my turn.
Solarion.
My turn.
My turn.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay, so then when you do both, it opens up. Makes sense. That's what I figured it would be. Because I didn't see any finishing things. Attack them and it opens the path. Items.
Sit! Ha!
Okay.
My turn.
Advantage.
Let's move.
I'll handle it.
Okay.
Onward!
Let's move. Now we're...
All right, let's keep going.
Just want to get some CP back.
My... Now!
My turn.
Right.
Can't remember the
Onward.
last time I used a
Here I go. Now we're...
craft with Elliot.
All right, let's keep going.
Because his arts are just so beast. So beast. Okay, up and broadcast an external corridor. External corridor until there. There's stratum. There's a chest up there. Oh, you're gonna be an asshole and make me. Yeah, that's how it's probably gonna go. What's gonna happen is basically I'm gonna have to go up, and that door's locked. I'm gonna go up through the external corridor, come out here, and hit that, and go back. Unless that connects, which I actually probably does. No need for me to complete. Yeah. So that door's locked.
Damn! Back in formation, everyone!
Out of here.
Time to try the line.
We aren't done yet.
Let's move. Now!
Leave it to me!
Swap.
I'm counting on you.
Will do.
Here I go.
Leave this to me.
Of course!
You swap with
Sorry for the trouble.
I'll try at least.
Let's move.
Okay. Done.
Get out of here. It's been a long time since I got disadvantage. External corridor. And another chest.
This must be an external corridor.
You can see Heimdall outside. Wow, what a view!
I hope everyone's okay.
We need to fix all this, and soon.
We will.
Enemy sighted. Here I go. Now we're...
I'll handle it.
Here I go. Now!
Right.
Arcus, my turn.
All right,
There we
let's
go.
keep...
And back through.
What's up? Here I go. Now!
Okay.
Light. Now!
Onward! Now, sir! Massively done, Ellie.
Got my eye on the prize.
Enemy sighted. Let's take him out.
Get out of here.
Witness the fruits of my training!
Shit.
Radiant Lion!
Ain't nobody got
Evil will
time for that.
fall before my blade.
Wow, didn't even give me a level. Mars chapter. I feel like that would be good. C2. Purgatorial Flame Strength plus 80. Yeah. Not that. Rather have that. Like that. It's pretty good. Some chance. Poison or petrified. I'm actually gonna switch this in. This. Just give her all that strength. Because I find that I don't rely on her for inflicting any status effects, honestly. If I'm being absolutely frank here. Just die. And up this way to a ladder.
I spy with my little eye.
Let's get this over with.
Here.
Yes. Because Elliot doesn't need his CP. Ever.
Here I go.
Really does not ever need it. Okay.
Let's move.
Arts. Burst.
My turn.
X.
Now! Let's move.
Grabs. Oh, fuck. I want this.
Leave this to me.
Devil beam.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Okay.
Arts.
You
Thanks.
have my thanks.
I'll handle it.
Onward! Evil will fall before my blade.
I want to listen to that more. Criminal reach level 5. Sweet. Purgatorial Flame. Great. 90% chance to deal damage. 30% chance to inflict nightmare. Okay. So now she is also going to be
Success.
good.
I did it!
If she ever is used. Diablos. Shadow Blade decreases Art's casting time by 1/3. Okay. So what that does is I can switch cast so fast. And you have your fire, right? You have Fire Bell, you have cast 1 and cast 2, along with Silver Bell for Chakravarti. Dave's Gem, Altair Cannon. And that's EP cost. So he gets cast on, you get EP cost. How true was that? Now I'm really curious to see how fast I nuke people. And I need CP.
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
Shadow Blade. So this HP.
Onward.
My turn.
Bam.
All right, let's
I did it.
Perfect.
Now's our chance. Let's move.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
Leave this to me. Here I go.
All right, let's keep going.
One cannot stop Elliot from casting. Yeah.
It's my turn.
Let's move.
I'll handle it.
Don't need to go out and switch people. I wonder if they build it so because you have to take 6 people,
Leave this to me.
Right.
Here I go.
impossible for you to not have any given attack type. Even if it's within your support party.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
Low.
There's a treasure chest here.
Equipment, red boots, low boots. Okay, that's pretty good. Decreases some things. Decreases defense and move. Serious boost. Okay. So let's put this on you. Makes you even faster, Reed. Not like you need it, but you know, more speed. It's just better. And stratum firmament. Okay. And Elliot doesn't need CP. Everyone else. Laura's at 200. That's all that really matters.
Finally. That took way too long.
What is this I feel?
Okay. Environment. I have everything. How are the slots looking? Looking fine. I think everyone is looking pretty good. What? I'll buy that for you, Elliot. You don't get it. Because I don't have her ultimate weapon yet. Okay, so I can exchange plenty of separate anyway. Yeah, give me that money. And I would imagine I could probably get rid of a lot of this. But I don't really feel like it right now. Make EX Orb. It's all fine. Let's insert. Got HP, shield, and strength. So I'm thinking I might want to invest in just put another strength one here, because with Sarah, the enemy's attack and speed goes down. So my speed doesn't need to go up. My HP being up is nice. Doing more damage would always be good. So I'm gonna actually do that. And I have insert really go an hour? No, I went like 40 minutes. It's just hard to... It's weird. Because I'm looking at the save time where it goes up by like 40 minutes. And playtime goes up by like a full hour. It's weird. Okay. Coming in. Okay.
Here we are.
It almost resembles an ancient temple.
Oh, look! There's the elevator over there.
Someone's here.
We all know you're there, so you can come right on out. McBurn, the almighty conflagration.
God damn, he knows the entire title. McBurn. I wonder if he chose his name. Like, you know, I'm Fireman. I'm McBurn.
We saw each other at the Duke's fortress, right? Bet you're as psyched as I am to have been dragged out to a place like this.
You got that right.
You don't want to be here, then you can get out of our way and leave. Enforcers are pretty much allowed to do whatever they want in Ouroboros, right?
What do you mean, whatever they want?
Boy, you guys get way too much freedom. I guess I can't talk, though.
Well, I could, I guess. I've got about zero interest in anything you kids are fighting for. And I'm not Erebonian, so not like it matters to me who wins the war either. I've just got one order of business to take care of, then I'll be happy to get out of your faces.
What are you planning?
You've got the Purple Lightning with you, but we can have fun some other time. Reen Schwarzer, get your Divine Knight in here.
He wants to
You
fight.
wanna fight Valimar?
Are you planning on trying to defeat him all by yourself?
What?
That's exactly what I'm planning. Don't get me wrong, kinda curious about what your powers can do now. But I shouldn't need to hold back at all in a one-on-one against that giant hunk of metal. So come on, don't be shy. Hurry up and call him.
He's serious. This is nuts. Don't listen to him. Remember your battle with the Azure Awakener. You won't have that chance if you call him now.
Yeah. You're strong. It's frighteningly clear how much your abilities are in a whole different league to the rest of us. I doubt there's anything in this world that it can't incinerate.
I feel the same way. I can only guess what you have is somehow connected to the divergent laws of Ouroboros.
Not another word, little lady.
The fucking divergent laws.
Well, you're right. Still want to try your luck against me?
That's right. I'd be a fool to think we can completely defeat you. But I have every reason to believe we can cleave open a path past you.
I mean,
on behalf of everyone who's ever placed their faith in us, we will overcome, no matter how strong a demon you are.
It would be an honor to test my blade against you.
Guess I shouldn't hold back one bit. Time to show you the full power of Zephyr's crafts. Go on, Lammy! Show him what you can really do!
I don't know how much I can do against a guy like him, but I'll give it my best shot.
I'll do all I can to suppress the power of his flames.
Okay. If that's how you want to do it.
I won't just call
So
it.
let's knock it off with the tired one-liners and get down to business.
Yeah.
You can do all the talking you want after.
Don't be afraid. Class 7, our objective is to force our way past him.
Make sure you all have combat links enabled. We're going to need them to stand a chance.
All right!
Go on! Show me how hot you can make me!
Here I go!
Okay.
Here goes! Overdrive!
Crafts.
Now's our chance!
This is worse there.
Okay.
Here I go!
Crafts. Shark slash. There we go. Finally got an 18
Here I go.
laying on. Okay, shark slash.
Onward!
There's really no use waiting for it. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god. Arts suck against him. And he has a really hard time being unbalanced. Okay. So what I'm going to do is instead I'm going to
Analyzing it.
haven't done
Here we
that
go.
in a very long time.
Now's our chance.
Well, at least you got some bite to go with your bark.
My turn. Now.
Come on.
My turn.
Okay.
Come on.
My turn.
Okay.
Any other ones? That's the only delay one she has. I want to move her right there.
Let's move. Now's our chance.
It's my turn.
This is...
Try this.
I'll handle it.
Let's move.
Here.
It's my turn. Arcus, my turn.
Come on. Come on.
It's my turn.
My turn.
Oh shit.
It's my turn.
My turn.
Leave this to me.
Come on.
Try.
Okay.
Right. Arcus.
Let's move.
You got this, Elliot.
Come on. Come on.
Right. Arcus, activate.
Leave this to me. Witness the...
Let's see. How much? 55,000? Cool.
My turn.
Let's move.
Relax, lady.
Right.
Oh man.
Come on.
This is actually a point where I'm not
My turn.
doing enough damage to get back my EP. It's crazy. Took a while.
Come on.
I'll handle it. Now.
Right. Arcus,
Come on.
it's my turn. Analyzing in.
Here I go. Now's our chance.
Come on.
Okay. Now.
Come on.
There we go.
Seriously?
God, Delarian is so beast.
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Fuck. Juggler reached level 5, which is great. Phantophobia, 50% chance to inflict abnormalities, 50% chance to inflict nightmare. Accuracy up by 75%.
Great.
Success.
That is actually fantastic.
I've got it.
Look at I'm so good.
His strength is immense.
In a whole different league is right.
Damn, this is good. Looks like you guys will do just fine.
Did I knock his glasses off? Is that all I did?
What in the world?
Those flames around him.
Okay, so
Who cares what Abyss and Steel have planned?
Okay, so who's gonna come in and save my ass this time?
I've been struggling to find someone ever since that idiot Luve went and kicked it.
Oh.
Luve? Lenhart the Blade Lord?
I can't wait to see how my much I have to turn up the heat to take you kids out.
Ah. Enforcer number 1. McBurn the Blazing Demon. And I only get it after I fought him.
This is what you meant by all of you? Get out of the way!
He really is the Blazing Demon. His power's beyond comprehension.
Can he even be defeated by human hands? He's just like the Flame Demon in ancient legend.
How can anyone be this strong?
I don't like doing it, but it's better than us all dying here. Heed my call! Valor!
That won't be necessary.
Oh.
Take this!
Yo, what's up?
Shining Phoenix Flash!
Yo, what's up?
Isn't that Father?
I kinda wish he dual wielded.
I see I arrived not a moment too soon. I'm proud of you for withstanding his assault like that.
So the question is, how are they getting into the building?
Your lordship!
Ah, I think I'm in love.
I mean, thank you for coming.
Sarah, stop thinking out loud. That's the Radiant Blade Master for you.
Thank you so much for coming.
The Radiant Blade Master, Victor S. Arcade. How could I forget there was always one guy around here worth my time? Well, no matter how skilled he might be, your sword isn't going to be enough to defeat me. But you don't need me to tell you that, right?
Okay.
What? Is that a sword? It's a sword from a higher plane. No, it's...
That sword shouldn't be able to exist in this world.
It's called the demonic sword Angbar. It was paired with the sword Kernfighter that Lumen used way back when. But the two of us go so well together that it ends up looking a little more something like this.
Oh, that's a cool sword.
Whoa! Whoa!
Alright. You ready to get started? Even if it's so damn obvious you're not gonna win. Not with my power.
How naive.
Me?
The Galan Sharo.
No blade could be more worthy of this duel than the one wielded by my ancestor.
Power is but an extension of oneself. And what is a sword if not power wrought in steel? I can't deny that your unnatural power far surpasses what I can call forth. But ultimately, it's not the might of one's blade, but will and strength of spirit that decide the battle. And so they shall, here and now!
Have it your way! Your will is just one more thing I can burn to cinders. Together with your sword and that wing of light around it!
Don't make me laugh!
Happening.
It's as if I'm watching a clash between entire armies. I don't think even Lammy could block attacks that strong.
We have no place in a battle between those who transcend the limits of ordinary humans.
Go now! There are more important matters for you to take care of.
Now's our chance. Let's get to the elevator.
All right.
thought my heart was gonna stop. You're telling me. Not sure we could have gotten out of there if not for Viscount Arcee. Likely not. I hope he's alright. He's the Radiant Blade Master, yeah? But he's got nothing on McBurn. McBurn didn't even look human by the end. There's no reason to worry for my father's safety. He's not one to be bested no matter how inhuman his foe may be. He opened this path for us. All we can do is use it to reach our destination. Yeah, you're right. Roger. Haha, I like the way you think. We owe getting this far to a lot of people. We can't afford to let them down. Okay, that was a really good cutscene fight. Infernal Castle, highest stratum. This should be the castle's highest floor. If it is, it'll lead us to an area called the Vermilion Throne at the top. I'm guessing that's where Crow and Vito are waiting for us. Alright then. It looks like the path up there is just a straight shot to the top. We're almost there. Keep your guards up to the very end. Got it. Of course. Understood. Gotcha. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it to it. Oh yeah.
There's a chest there. Everyone seems to be pretty healthy in terms of things. Everyone's at like 130-ish. Hell, everyone's at 129.
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
Leave this to me.
Here I go.
Okay.
My turn.
Take me down to the paradise city. Prices
I'll handle it.
goes up. There we go.
All right, let's keep going.
I just need to get some CP.
Hostile spot.
My turn.
Now! My turn. Now.
My turn.
Okay.
Here I go.
Leave this to me.
Get out of here.
All right, let's keep...
Need them here. You know what? I can just do that.
That's a real beast of a monster.
A worthy effort.
Let's move.
My turn.
Oh my god. I was not expecting this when I
It's my turn.
When I was about to fight them. What are you guys' things? Okay, you will not like Climb Slice. But you also won't like Shadow Blade. But Climb Slice might.
My turn. Now's our chance.
Let's just do that.
My turn. Let's move. Now.
My turn. Now.
My turn. Let's move. Here I go. My turn.
It's my turn.
Leave this to me.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
Although it may not have seemed like it, that's exactly what I needed, because now everyone is
Got
at
my eye
full
on the
health,
prize.
EP, and CP. Chaos Armor. That sounds adequate. Well, not adequate enough, honestly. Adequate for him. Yeah, sure, take his strength down. I don't give a shit about Elliot's strength. He rarely ever hits the attack button.
I'll
He
handle
is... God damn it. You know, frick it. I don't even need to fight you. Nor do I want to fight you.
Please, take care around that one.
I kinda... You know, I don't want to risk fighting you. Because I was able to get through that one through some luck.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
This one I
Watch
got.
out! Here I go!
I'll handle it. Now.
It's my turn!
Solarion.
Onward!
Get
Get off guard!
Dispersed.
Here I go! Now's our chance! My turn!
Okay.
My turn!
It's my turn! Arcus!
My turn!
My turn.
My turn.
Yep.
Alright, let's keep going.
Got some levels for some.
I did it!
Done.
I've got it!
I'm so glad.
God, these numbers would have been unimaginable for me in the first game. It's like I'm in the thousands of just like base attack stat, doing 7,000 damage is normal. It's crazy. I really hope I haven't been missing horse shards this entire time. 'Cause I need 4 of them to
Enemy sighted!
make
Let's
a
move!
thing.
My turn. Now.
Okay!
Yes, sure.
Let's move!
Alright, let's keep... I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Watch out! This is my turn! Now's our chance!
My turn. Now.
Right.
My turn.
Let's move! Now! Let's move! Now's our chance!
I'll handle it.
My turn! Now!
It's my turn! Arcus!
My turn! Now!
My turn.
My turn.
My turn! Now's our chance!
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Look at me.
Because I do know that essentially, apparently, I should have 4 super weapons by the end of the game. But if that was just my first ore shard, I may be a bit out of it. And that's presumably
There's
the
another elevator.
elevator to the final boss.
That must lead us to the castle's highest point, the Vermilion Throne. What should we do?
The only thing we can do. This marks the end of our investigation. We can't go onward with just us, though. We need to call the others. Class 7's only truly complete when all of us are together. It wouldn't be right to have them wait downstairs while we finish things up.
Agreed. Would kind of be weird if half of us were missing from the final showdown, yeah.
No matter the outcome, our journey ends here.
Let's make sure we have no regrets.
Well, just make sure you're completely ready before stepping onto it.
Okay, so I'm gonna come over here, rest, and what I'm going to do, in fact, is I am going to. No. There it is. Break time. It is break time, and I'm going to use this to look up where the Zamir and Orshard locations are. So, I guess I'll put on some YouTube music. YouTube. And to keep it in the theme, Cold Steel 2 OST. And then, boom. Okay. Now, excuse me while I turn off the recording mic.
マグマのよう
Okay, and I'm back. So, in the time off, I have found out how to get the Zemirian ore shards. And let's see if I can do this. The F9. Okay. Still learning all the F's keys for my shortcuts and whatever. So let's click back into the game. And what I need to do... There we go. So basically I need to go back to the locations of the bosses in the previous stratums. And there should be Zemirian ore on the ground. No one is here, however, the sound of a bell can be heard from far away. The fight seems to be continuing elsewhere. So yeah, that's how it works. They, Zemirian ore shard, so, because I picked up that one, and there were 3 boss fights, presumably, I would say it's safe to assume that, I will be able to make another ultimate weapon. Now, the question is, who do I give it to? Because I know I can get 4, at some point in this game. The question is, I want to get all 4 of my main group to have it. Oh, am I going the right way? Let's see how this is. I want all of my main group to have it. The question is right now, do I give it to Fee or do I give it to Elliot? That's honestly a pretty big choice. Synthesize. Because I'm not sure which one goes to. Yeah, there it is. So his ATS one goes up by 10, his strength goes up by 100. Exactly. Goes up by 20. But I wanted to give Zealous Winds that goes up by 100, gives more crit chance. Honestly, because actually, what are these crit? It gives them crit chance as well. I think I'm gonna go with Zealous Winds first, just because might as well. Plus 90 and plus 10% crit chance, which is good. 100 evasion. So let's go over ordnance. Level 5. All your stats are good. Accuracy 100. Accuracy 300% with evasion 100. Katsi got 900 attacks 90%. Chance to absorb. Accuracy 100, Brave 5. You don't need accuracy because arcs don't miss. Got that. All your bells and whistles. Got all your nice things. Got your nice things. Now, I am debating because she has 2. Maybe I could. What are the arts? So you have Soul Eruption, you have Lost in Grail, you have Artemis. Oh yeah, she has Tempestuous War. Just wanted to make sure.
Leave this to me!
It's my turn!
Here I go!
Okay. System save. Boom. There's a bit. Excuse me while I stand up to get a water bottle. To effect. Ugh. really good to stand up for that small break time. Okay. Now let's leave. Okay, so 130, 130, 130, 130, 130. Yeah, I feel like Emma has more XP than most other people. She had Megalith for a while. Not much more, but... you guys are good. You guys are still at level 4. I'm not a fan of that. But, whatever. Maybe one of them a little more evasion anyway, so... Okay. Well, time to go in. This is it, the elevator that leads to the Vermilion Throne. Chrome Vita are there, I'll have to call the others too. I should make sure each and every one of us are well prepared for this first. I'm gonna go in under the assumption that I only need my main party. Although, it might not be a right assumption, so I'm going to go over here first, teleporter, where I can adjust everyone's shit. These here are going to be casual boys. I don't know who. Yeah, just keep that. Thor. Oh, there you go. Maybe you can attract some stuff. Spells on you. I guess it really doesn't matter all that much. Okay. So at least they're all equipped now. Oh, does it work now? Sort of looks good in turbo mode, at least from that view. Okay, so high stratum and hopefully I don't have to fight with sub-team, but if I do, at least they are equipped with weapons and such. Yes. Oh, god damn it. Call the others. I guess they recognized how, like, odd it was in the last games, like, sort of, quote-unquote, final boss. Loa, Harmonious, or whatever. Where it's just like, oh yeah, only 6 of the people are actually here. Huh. why do a lot of them act like they experienced it firsthand, the fight? How weird. Maybe in the second game we should just put in a cockamamie reason as to why they were all there, so in the third game when they reference it, they're not lying. Yeah, I haven't noticed any real difference between the HD textures that apparently were in the game and the what I presume are not HD textures now.
He really came.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome all to our Tales grand finale.
What's up?
We're here, Crow. Hard to believe it's been less than 3 weeks since we last met.
So all of the shit that I've done in this war has taken probably less than about 2 months.
You're telling me. You all look so grown up now. All those ordeals you put yourself through have paid off in spades.
That's certainly one way to look at it. As much as I hate to admit it, I doubt we could win against you otherwise.
The trials we faced brought us together and made us stronger. I couldn't be more pleased with what we had to do to come this far.
I was finally able to move forward too. So yeah, I like to think I grew up a bit.
A lot of stuff's changed, but you guys ain't one of them.
That's not all. We're here on behalf of Toa, Angelica, and George, too. I promised them I'd bring you back and force you to graduate with them.
That's not how it's gonna work.
And it's a promise I intend to keep.
Oh man, give me a break. You're telling me you've done all that and it still hasn't dawned on you. Get it through your thick skull. It's not gonna happen.
That's not true, Crow. Those who are confronted with impossible odds can choose to react in one of two ways. Abandon hope and accept a pitiful fate, or cling to that hope and forge ahead, overcoming any and all that life throws their way. That's what it means to dream. Vida.
She's absolutely right.
Maybe we are just young and naive. But if anything, I feel that it was our youth and naivete that allowed us to come this far to begin with.
You know, at least they recognize that they are naive.
And we've done it without losing a single member along the way, carrying the hopes of everyone we've met with us. I'd say that's pretty amazing, wouldn't you?
And for that, I don't see any harm in dreaming of the tomorrow that we all want to come. No one can say that the chances of it happening are zero after all.
And all things considered, I'm in something of a difficult position as well. So I sincerely hope you don't think yourself some special snowflake compared to the rest of us.
Yeah, join the club. My background's all weird too, so spit it out. Tell us what you really want. You can deal with all the crappy stuff later.
Honestly.
You may have joined the Academy to stop people from working out your true identity, sure. But you made a big mistake by letting yourself get wrapped up with a bunch of softies like Class 7.
Yeah, no kidding. You guys would haunt me to the ends of the earth, wouldn't you?
Hello, Duke Cayenne. I'm gonna murder you, hopefully.
My, what a touching spectacle. You work tirelessly to pursue the impossible together. You lose yourself in the passion of the moment. Innocence truly is the privilege of the young.
Duke Cayenne.
Well, that's His Highness the Crown Prince. He's been blindfolded.
Have you no shame?
And what's that huge red thing behind him?
It's a big fucking robot.
That's the Vermilion Knight, Testarossa. It was sealed away under the capital a long time ago, and it was responsible for countless calamities.
It's often referred to as the demon which wields 1,000 weapons. And to expand on what Emma said, the ones who supposedly sealed it away were Dreikel's the Lionheart and the Lance Maiden.
Ha ha! It certainly was. And the only ones capable of rousing it from its slumber are descendants of the Honor bloodline. Thus, why His Highness has so graciously chosen to cooperate with us.
Duke Cayenne, surely you realize how utterly disrespectful you are being.
I have a little dream of my own, you see. A dream my ancestor was unable to reach in his lifetime. One that I will make a reality in his place.
A dream?
What ancestor?
Wait, was this ancestor alive during the War of the Lions?
Precisely! Emperor Orthros Raise Arnor, born to the first of the Emperor's secondary wives, the daughter of a duke. He occupied Heimdall at the time of the War of the Lions, but fell to Drykos and became known as the False Emperor, and I inherit his blood.
Possible.
I had no idea that the Cayenne family were descendants of the False Emperor.
Hardly a surprise. When the war came to a close, that truth was buried. I suppose it was Emperor Drykos' way of trying to avoid any further conflict among the nobles.
We've seen that would be rather hard to hide.
But not a day. Not one day in all these years has my family forgotten the sheer humiliation.
Really?
And so I dreamed of a future where I would take back the Vermilion Knight and this infernal castle. The proofs of ownership over this city that Emperor Orthros had disgracefully stripped away.
I mean, he lost, so... disgracefully.
That's all?
You occupied Heimdall and started a civil war, and that's your reason?
Well, the Chancellor's death was desirable regardless, and the Society's diva provided invaluable assistance. The Imperial Liberation Front proved to be serviceable pawns. The Azure Awakener managed to awaken his knight. The time was right in all regards. Only a fool would idly watch this moment pass. I did intend to operate the Vermilion Knight myself, but as I feared, only those of direct descent are capable of doing so. And yet it matters not. I have everything I need to return this city to its original, rightful form as His Highness's guardian. Once my will is done, I shall restore order to Erebonia, returning it to the way it once was and always should have been. That is my ambition. My family's destiny.
Fee, just shoot him right in the head, like right now.
What nonsense.
You could probably tap him. You could probably tag him.
He doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I'm afraid I can't even pretend to care about your ambitions. It's not my place to decide how Erebonia should be run, and I'm not here to lecture you on your ancestors' transgressions.
Oh?
We have our own ambitions. We're here because we promised Princess Alvin and Prince Olivert that we would rescue their brother from your clutches. And if putting a stop to your dream is what it takes to save His Highness the Crown Prince, then that's exactly what we'll do.
You impudent little...
Hello.
I think everyone has said their piece now.
You won't be going back on your word to let us handle this part, right?
Huh. Do as you wish. It should provide some light entertainment until the ritual is complete. I expect to be amused.
Hello.
We could skip right to using our knights, but might as well savor the moment while we still can, right? So for the opening act, I'll fight you as I am now. Crow versus Class 7.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you and it's gonna feel great, you fuckwad.
Crow.
Very well.
And I'll be fighting alongside him. Seeing as how you have the famed purple lightning with you, it wouldn't be much of a fair fight otherwise.
Aw, you flatter me. Sadly, I trust your idea of a fair fight about as much as I trust me missing a point-blank shot.
Oh, do excuse me. Emma, I want you to fight with everything you have. We'll see whether you have the resolve necessary to shoulder a witch's burden.
Don't worry, I will. Not because of the duty I've been given, but to demonstrate the limitless potential I've found within myself.
Limitless? That's insane. Without limit. Utterly unimaginable.
As the last remaining member and leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, I'm gonna make our very last fight one to remember.
I mean, you know, Scarlet's not dead.
And as the one tasked with guiding you to the end, I think it's time I did just that.
A combat link? They can do that?
It makes no difference to us. Class 7, Ready yourselves, because Combat Link or not, I know we'll triumph.
Right.
This is it! Come at me with all you've got!
Witness the witchcraft of the Azure Abyss.
Here I go! Here goes! Overdrive!
Let's just do this. Dark Slash.
Now's our chance!
I'll handle it.
Cyclone.
Here I go!
Dark Slash.
Now! Let's move!
Dark Slash.
Now's our chance!
It's my turn.
Okay. So now 50 and 50, 50, 50. 99, 99, 100 base. So what I'm going to do is probably just spam the fuck out of Maelstrom. Well, actually, let's see how much Maelstrom
Arcus
does.
activate! Leave this to me!
And I'm probably not going to be getting a crit. So might as well
Witness the
trade
fruits of
it
my
now.
training! Radiant Lion!
Yeah, seems about right.
I'm impressed.
Here I go!
You don't sound very impressed, bitch. You should be.
Now!
Try this.
How much? Okay, I get all my
Okay.
get all my shit back, which is solid. Okay, I'm more worried about the herd.
Okay.
So I'm going to
My turn!
slash.
Now I'm having fun.
Okay. Arcus.
Let's move! Now's our chance!
I'll handle it.
Her here. That way
Try-
when she attacks,
Let's
she
move.
pushes them close together.
Okay.
Maelstrom.
Arcus.
My turn.
Try.
Here I go!
Ha ha ha.
Okay.
Get the hell laid out of y'all.
My turn. Now's our chance! Our time to...
My turn.
Okay. Arcus.
Let's move!
Try.
Curious as to how much they are delayed.
It's my turn.
Arcus.
Arcus.
I'll handle it.
Here I go!
Leave this to me!
Okay. Here's a performance of spec.
Yeah, I don't use CP on him anyway.
How foolish of me.
Here I go!
Delay 160, dude.
Now's our chance!
Okay. Now.
Onward!
Let's move!
My turn.
My turn! Now's our chance!
Onward!
Not bad.
Evil will fall before my blade.
Unscathed on one of the like final bossy type characters. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
I did it!
Done.
I've got it.
I'm awesome. I
Just
feel stronger.
get wrecked.
Naturally.
Like, honestly. That is... I just disgusting you.
Oh my. I didn't see this coming.
What'd I tell you? Don't underestimate my classmates. They're a tough crowd for being all dreams and sunshine.
So they are.
Crow.
Vita.
Ah, enough of this nonsense! I need not remind you how if you were to lose against them, our contract would...
Butt out, you.
I beg your pardon?
Really? You beg for it?
Alright, let's wrap this up. This is it, Reen. You ready for the finale?
Ready? I was waiting on you.
Yeah,
Heed
'cause
my
he
call.
just wrecked you.
Valamar, the Ashen Knight!
Where does he fly from?
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Oh yeah, my chin feet. Up. Going up through the tower. Solid. I want to hear Ordine talk.
Reen! This is a battle between Awakeners. None should interfere.
She's right. All we can do is watch.
It's frustrating to be unable to help. But if we must.
We'll just have to put our trust in Reen.
Please tell me I'll be able to, you know, have Sarah link with me. Because if not, that would really throw a goddamn monkey wrench in some plans.
Is that the sword you forged from Zemurian ore? Pretty impressive. Guess I don't have to hold back anymore. What, you getting cold feet or something?
Yeah, I think I am. Regardless of whether I win or I lose, this is the end. And I can't help but get this nagging feeling like things will never be the same between us after this.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I think that's what I'm afraid of.
Don't act so spoiled!
The future you want is only gonna happen by making the most of the present. Whatever happened to dragging me back to the academy and forcing me to graduate?
You're right. This time, I'm not going to hold back. This isn't a fight for this nation's future. It's got nothing to do with our classmates. This is a fight for me. Right now, all that matters to me is surpassing you.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Divine Knights are all about power, pure and simple. You shouldn't have to think about your feelings. They should just be a part of you. And just as a blacksmith pours his soul into forging a stronger sword, you should use those feelings to strengthen your resolve.
Okay, we've talked long enough. Let's go. I won't let anyone interfere. This is going to be our final battle.
That's exactly how I want it to be. We'll fight until we can fight no more. Until our strength runs dry and our souls burn out!
That's anime. So, do I carry over my CP? I do not. That's some bullcrap. Oh, okay. So I keep my...
My turn.
Okay, I need to swap you to
Good
Sarah.
luck. All right, let's get this started.
Just pop it right there.
Think you can handle this?
Gotcha!
go! Think you can handle this? Eat this! Gotcha!
It's working! Okay!
Alright, time to get serious.
Okay.
This again. What's happening? My sword's reacting to it? See? I knew you could do it. And now that we're even, let's settle this. You're on! Think you can handle this? Think you can handle this? Hope you're ready.
Can you stop getting like
My turn.
turns in the goddamn room? Okay, I need to take that. Sorry about this. Okay. You just gotta love telemarketers. Dear National Grid customers, I know you don't pay for National Grid. Fuck you.
Gotcha! Think you can handle this? There!
What is this bullcrap?
Hope you're
We're
ready.
just getting these turns. Like, I mean, I'm guessing it's because he's faster. Didn't really think that I had to.
Now!
Leave it to me! Huh?
Think you can handle this? Let's go!
My turn!
Let's go! Understood!
That's
Eat
it!
this!
Just a little...
Hope you're ready! Darkness! There! Hope you're ready!
Okay!
Sorry.
You're not out yet! Keep going!
God freaking damn it. Fuck. Heavens, that.
Let's go!
Okay! Huh?
Let's go!
Oh, there we go. Piece of shit.
You got me.
Okay.
That was kind of fun.
Just beat Crow handily twice in a row.
No way!
Did it?
He won?
Why do you guys sound so surprised? You didn't have
Yep,
faith?
I think the victor is clear. The battle goes to Reen.
Yes, he did it!
He really won.
I'm so happy.
Unbelievable.
You fought splendidly, Reen.
Hey, how about we all just forget about the giant red robot in the back?
Hey, get hold of yourself.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Reen!
Hey guys, thanks for believing in me. It means a lot.
Of course we did.
It was pretty nerve-wracking, though.
Still, I knew that you would be able to win if you put your heart into it.
Indeed. I felt the same way.
You two were in your own little world, you know.
True. I don't think we could have interfered even if we wanted to.
Where'd you pull all those cheesy lines from, anyway?
Right?
How inspiring. I won't let anyone interfere, and we'll fight until our souls burn out.
Right.
Have you ever considered, I don't know, reading the atmosphere?
Nope. Fuck that shit.
Man, I love you kids.
You should take it easy for now. You've lost quite a lot of mana.
Honestly, it's got nothing to do with our classmates, he says. And then what does he do? He goes and pulls off Arcus links with them perfectly mid-battle. Kind of contradicting yourself, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe.
Fuck yeah.
Didn't do it on purpose, though. I just did it unconsciously. I guess all their feelings have become a part of me at this point. My classmates, Valamar's, probably even yours, Crow.
Fuck you, Crow. I don't want you.
Now, isn't that something?
Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. You reach the point where you can feel others as a part of yourself. Congrats on getting a glimpse of the true heights of swordsmanship.
No, it's a little hard to describe. It was almost as if I was dreaming. I just did it without thinking. I'm not sure I would be able to do the same thing again, to be honest.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, Reen.
Well, there's a letdown.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more.
Oh well.
Seems like you've still got a long way to go before reaching those heights, much like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't need to laugh that much.
I swear, there's no room for debate with you, is there? You beat me. Fair and square. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Sorry about this, Vida. After you did so much for me, I ended up letting you down.
Oh, don't trouble your pretty head over that. True, this wasn't what I had in mind, but I'm perfectly content with happy endings.
What?
Enough of this!
Yeah, there it is.
What is the meaning of this, witch? Do you mean to suggest that is all you intend to do?
Oh, I forgot he was there.
Right?
Duke Cayenne?
Yeah, same here. Totally forgot.
From the beginning, the Society's objective was to prepare this stage for its participants. I seem to recall telling you I had no interest in anything other than the battle between Azure and Ashen. Did you forget, perhaps?
Vida? But what was the point in this battle to begin?
Silence! You will be silent! If that's how you want to be, then I'll simply have to do things my own way.
He can't mean...
I mean, he probably does.
Don't do it!
Come now, Your Highness. The time has come to rule with force. Let the ancient Arnor blood course feverishly through your veins.
No! Please! Please!
Your Highness!
You monster!
How could you?
How about someone shoots him? I'm surprised you can just force him into it.
No.
It sucked him in.
What the?
Okay. Well. Okay, this robot looks pretty cool. Vermilion Apocalypse. I will say,
No, this can't be.
this game knows how to
Calamity
name
that appeared
things.
250 years ago, with Testarossa as its core.
The Vermilion Apocalypse.
Well, indeedy diddly do. Oh, what the fuck? The fuck is it doing?
What's happening?
Master Patrick, stay on guard.
It's as if something is being taken away from us. But what?
That load of good swords are gonna do against whatever this is.
Well, don't just stand there. You know some way to deal with this, don't you?
Don't look at me! Though I guess this is no time to be feigning ignorance. These red spirit veins around us are meant to siphon mana. Focus your energy and stay vigilant, and you should be able to mitigate the effects to some extent.
Okay.
I see.
The fuck?
Makes sense.
In that case... Everyone, take a deep breath and gather your energy in your abdomen.
And stay focused. This isn't over yet.
Yes, sir!
So Thomas is totally like an Ouroboros member or something, yeah? That looks neat. That looks really cool. Like, gee willikers.
What is that? Vermilion wings? Full power to all engines! Assess the situation in the surrounding area from above.
Right. Courageous! All engines at maximum output!
Oh, Adios. Please watch over them.
Oh my god.
By Adios! If only Misty were here.
This isn't looking good.
It isn't. But the best thing we can do is keep faith.
The time to prove themselves is come, it seems.
Dear.
Everyone, please. Please be safe.
I goddamn love it if Van Dyke was just like, I'm gonna go kill it, and just ran from there, holding out his, like, super spear or whatever the hell it was. He just turned into a warmonger. Yeah, turbo mode. Wants to bet he dies.
Oh, the Vermilion Demon Lord, the demonic god with 1,000 weapons, the absolute ruler, given form by Emperor Orthros 250 years ago!
What power!
No! At this rate, the protective field isn't going to last much longer.
You fool. This was the one thing I forbade you to do!
Vita, can you help me make an opening?
An opening? With that enhancement technique?
Yep, the same one you used on me in that trial 3 years back.
Okay, so Vita helped him pass.
You think it'll work?
It's worth a try.
Interesting.
Crow?
You got something in mind?
I think so. Vita and I are gonna try to make an opening so you can get closer. Once we've done that, try and hold out against it as much as you can.
You can do that?
If you can, please do.
We're done for if we don't try something. So I say go for it.
Still, it sounds like all that's going to do is delay the inevitable. We're going to need something more decisive to turn the tides in our favor.
Hey, how about our giant fucking robots?
The Divine Knights!
If you combine their strength, we could actually make it through this thing.
Now you're thinking. If we can hold out till they've recovered a good chunk of mana, victory's as good as ours. After that, all we gotta do is separate the core, Crown Prince Cedricson, from the rest of the body.
No sweat! We can do this!
Right. Without him, it shouldn't be able to remain in this dimension any longer.
Not like we got any better options.
Okay, let's go. Vita, Crow, we're counting on you.
Leave it to us.
We won't disappoint. Grianos, Celine, would you two mind helping?
Fine if I have to.
I still don't like Crow or Vita. Every member of Class 7 will participate in the final battle. The active party's final support character will take part in the first phase of the battle. Marine will fight in both. Your active party's final support character will take part in the first phase of the battle. Marine will who do I want in both phases of this? Oh, okay. I think I get what they mean. So I'm gonna pop Emma into the last slot, cause magic-y stuff. So I'm gonna have delay. I'm not gonna have my super people, but I will have Emma, who can dish out semi-equivalents of Elliot. Actually, ooh, see, this is tough. This is a toughie. Cause I need a healer in the second perk, basically. Now, cause I can't switch any more people out. So I definitely can't put Laura Fee there. But I can put Elliot there. He's a really good support. So, you know what? I'm going to do that instead and go with this route. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna save here. Definitely gonna save here. Because that was a bit. And let's go.
Azure breath, which arises from the abyss. Reside within his blade, and cleave through the vermilion flames.
Take this! Deadly Cross!
Now's our our chance.
Class 7, let's go!
Right!
So I feel like I'm missing just the twisting effect on when it starts up.
Careful! This one looks strong.
Here I go!
Okay. So... Sure, slash... Actually...
Here goes!
This...
Overdrive!
Nice.
Now!
Okay.
This is critical.
Thanks. Appreciate it. My turn.
Now!
Right. Light.
Here I go! Nice work! Bison!
Oh, god damn it. Fizz art and...
Let's move!
Okay, just
My turn.
vanished Elliot, presumably, yeah? No, froze Elliot. Which is honestly not good. So do that.
My turn.
Could use item.
Thanks.
Here I go.
And sure slash.
Now's our chance.
Ah! It's my turn.
Arts.
Arcus.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Let's move. Now! Here I go.
Sure slash.
Right.
Arts. Okay, everything is...
Arcus.
Everything is able to be done.
Right.
Arts.
Arcus active.
Let's move.
Sure slash.
Now! It's my turn.
Her. Arts. Arts.
Arcus, activate.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Let's move.
Arc slash.
Now! Let's go!
No, you don't.
I can do this.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks. It's my turn.
Here I go.
Green needs his.
Right.
Time. My turn.
Shark slash.
Now!
I can do this. Light!
Give everyone insight so they might dodge.
Let's move.
Let's try something that I don't care for.
My turn.
I can do this.
Thanks.
Thanks, okay. Arcus, activate.
Let's move.
Leave this to me!
Here. Okay. Goes down to 472. 601. That's about as much as he'll be able to get back.
Analyze.
My turn.
Right. Light.
Right.
Just summon off.
Here I go. Now! My turn. Now!
Okay.
Right.
Right. Now's our chance.
Let's move.
Swap out as well. Should remember that. I do like money.
Now's our chance.
Right. Arcus,
Right.
What I will do is do this. I
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Try
the as possible.
Let's move.
Shark slash.
Now's our chance.
okay. Arcus. Right.
My turn. Let's move. Now!
There we go. Okay. Phase 1 down. And that was with B Team. Yo, what's up, Neko Dave? How's it going? And A-Team walks in without Elliot. So, sort of the A-Team.
This one's
A-ish
dangerous.
team.
Stay on your toes.
It's the ish team. Craft. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm doing pretty good. I'm advancing like through the final area of Cold Steel 2, so that's pretty good. Liking it, having fun. Have 3 ultimate weapons so far. One from quests, one from Gambler Jack 2, and one from picking up from the dungeon. And I believe there's a 4th one that I get a bit after this, I think. Just going through.
Now's our chance!
Pretty epic, eh? Yeah, it's pretty epic.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this epicness in the background. Like, there's just a sea of evil with massive robot devil. That's just war is always an option.
Now.
Onward!
Okay, presumably I'm not gonna get a crit anytime soon. So, what I will do... this is a question, because I could overdrive, then S-brake. I want to save... You know what, I'm gonna S-brake now with her. I'm saving overdrive for Rain. Because... one of the things so high that I was actually... Saving the overdrive for Rain. That way,
my turn.
160. That way, if I have to use True Arc Smash multiple times in a row to try and get the desired. Oh my gosh, there's so many things going on. God, it's 0%. I can only. I have a slight chance to attack delay. Stat tab. So, it says a bit. It might behoove me to, you know, it's getting epic when the fire starts. How true.
Here I go.
Here
goes! Overdrive!
Yeah, I already beat the shit out of Crow and Vita. Beat the shit out of Crow twice. Once in robots. Out.
Okay.
Went pretty goddamn well.
Now.
Here I go.
Okay.
Now's our chance.
First.
Let's go, everyone. Here I go.
Yeah, and it felt really nice because they barely got any turns.
Now's our chance.
Because delay rain is so good.
Let's move.
Of course.
Let's craft. Let's give you some CP.
Thanks.
Onward!
My turn. Now's our chance.
My turn.
Yeah, delay down to 180. You can see on the boss below. Whereas Fee is only getting delayed 223. So I got
my turn.
A bit of space in between my turns.
Leave this to me.
Zero guard. Turns.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Blessing.
Thanks. My turn.
Yourself.
Now.
Leave this to me.
My turn.
I'm liking what I'm seeing there. No, have to use something. Actually, she's gonna steal it, so
let's move.
It doesn't really matter all that much.
My turn.
Gonna take that.
Witness the fruits of my training.
My big strong one. Let's see how it goes.
Radiant Lion!
Oh, it went pretty well.
Okay.
funny because I even set Emma up to be like a secondary arts tank by decreasing cast time and how much her spells cost, because she doesn't have Ares, so she doesn't get her stuff back as fast.
Here we go.
So I put that in as like a precaution, and now I literally just have her as
Okay.
Go ahead. Stop now. You have 80,000 life left. Disperse.
Here I go.
Craft. Blessing.
Thanks.
My turn.
My turn.
Rock Slash.
I'll handle it. Good luck. Come on, Lammy.
Some extra cannon.
Here I go.
Rock Slash.
Now.
My turn.
Here I go.
Rock Slash.
It's my turn. Sorry for the trouble. All right, let's get this started.
Now! An opening!
There we go. This should take it. It's doing it because it's clipping into the ground. Delay so OP. Yeah, delay is one of the most broken things, and especially if you get more people with like impede builds, because I also put impede stuff on feet. Okay.
Right.
My regeneration is complete as well. Climb inside, Crow.
Okay, so that's Ordine's voice. I don't think I've heard it.
All right, let's do this.
Neat. I was waiting for when Ordine and Crow and me together. I still want to take out one of his guns and shoot him in the side of the head. Because fuck him. How dare he betray me. Okay, third phase. Demonic Sword Invader. Dropping her. Okay, and presumably I don't get Sarah to come in and help me. So let's try Body. Body didn't seem to do it. Ooh, I even get his. Okay, where do you? Can't guard a counter. Can't guard a counter. One more chance to balance. Twice as much chance to balance. And presumably a harder hit because Class B to Class S. 9% chance to unbalance. Plus 20 more, so plus 30. Wait, okay, so that's just way through. Okay, so do I want to? Solid. Okay, so that was 3. I imagine that's the highest one, so I'm just gonna keep doing that. Demonic Spirit, no. Does that have impede? No, just can't afford to count. Let's try 10.
There!
That's night.
Reed, let's do this! Right!
Yeah, this music is pretty good. Okay. That's nice. this decrease?
Let's go!
And that should do it. Yeah, because his defense was down, so there's a lot more damage. Didn't need to heal myself. Pretty swanky. Now you're gonna have to race him in my Tow-mobile. Oh, I can see the pod. I can see the core.
Is that? That's its core, with the Crown Prince in it. I'll clear a path. You focus on rescuing him. Got it!
Deal.
Crow! I'm fine. It barely scratched me. You keep going. You're the only one who can save him now. So don't you dare look back. Right.
Barely scratched.
One blade, 7th form. Enlightened domination!
Okay. That's about right. Right? And it's not even over. This game isn't even over, and then there's 3 and 4, which I can't play yet. Which stinks. Looks like a disco ball. It barely scratched me. Then Q2 Kamina, who just got the same thing happen to him in Gurren Lagann. Hello, Crown Prince Cedric.
Rain!
He's exhausted, but his life doesn't appear to be in any danger.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of mana, but nothing that would prove fatal. He'll be alright with some rest. Thank goodness.
That's a relief.
That's our mission complete. We recovered the other one of this nation's greatest treasures.
This can't be.
I can't believe how wrong this has gone. I can't imagine the Grandmaster is going to be very pleased with me when I get back.
The Grandmaster.
That's Ouroboros' leader, right?
The very same. The only absolute figure to we Anguis. The supreme existence carrying out the Orpheus final plan. Who will guide the souls of all.
The souls of all?
I don't get it.
Me either.
So that's why you broke the taboo and left 7 years ago.
That's right. I became a guide for the second part of the Grandmaster's plan, known as the Phantasmal Blaze Plan.
What?
A plan to use the Hollow Phantasm in Crossbell to awaken the blaze in the Empire. Regardless, thanks to you and Crow, I was able to advance it.
Crow?
I mean, he did get freaking impaled through the middle.
What?
I can't sense any mana from inside.
And that vast hole.
That must be from where he was pierced during the battle. No!
Yes.
Crow?
Damn.
Oh no.
This isn't happening.
I'll heal you right away. Help me, Celine.
I'm on it.
Heal him, Sancuri Eum.
Man, same place I shot Osborne, too. Karma's a bitch, huh?
Crow, you don't have to talk.
Sorry, Reen. Looks like I won't be able to keep that promise after all. Till Angelica and George are gonna have to.
It's okay. It doesn't matter right now.
We need to stop the blood.
It's hopeless, isn't it?
I'm afraid so.
I mean, it looks like he literally shouldn't have a heart left.
He's been pierced through the heart. Even our witchcraft won't be enough. The most I can do is make it as painless as possible.
It's not working.
Thanks, Emma. And you, Kitty. At least this way, I can say my goodbyes.
Crow?
No.
No, don't talk like that.
I swear, you're such a spoiled kid sometimes. Elliot, that concert was really fun. Keep on loving music. As much as I loved yours. Elisa, try and get along with your mom, alright? You've got your differences. But at least she's still alive to talk to you.
Okay. Okay.
Machias, Eustace, stay good rivals for one another, okay? The Empire might change with the times, but you two should always be the same.
Of course we will. I refuse to accept him as a friend. But I'll accept him as a worthy rival.
Laura, Fee, Gaius, Milliam, a lot's happened this past year, but I've really enjoyed getting to know you. So, thanks.
We should be the ones thanking you.
It's been fun for me too.
You've been a wonderful classmate and comrade. Thank you for everything.
I know I'm an Ironblood, but it was real fun for me too.
Sarah, thanks for everything. These last 2 years, and Vita. A lot's happened between us. But I'm glad I had you there.
You were as much of a model student as I was a model teacher. But still.
I should be the one thanking you.
Hey now. What's with the long faces?
What?
You're all going to be in for some tough times ahead. I can't go any farther now. But you can. So keep going forward. Relentlessly. Without looking back. As long as you do, I'm sure.
This can't be happening.
That fool.
Students aren't supposed to have to die before their instructors.
Spare me the sentimental drivel.
Oh, come on. Let's just murder him, please. And why would you leave him
Damn it all! How could I lose the Azure Chevalier at a time like this? Why must I be surrounded by nothing but disappointments? And that goes for you too, Witch, and your useless society.
How dare you?
What do you think you're doing?
I gave him my favor, and this is how he chooses to repay me? By standing in the way of my ambition? I should never have wasted my time on that waif from a fallen country to begin with.
You utter scum.
Please, don't speak of him that way.
You're terrible.
Duke Cayenne, you will unhand him. If you continue this shameful behavior a moment longer, then I will be forced to respond in kind.
Your part in this is over, Witch.
Whoa. I'm calling some bullcrap that he was able to just
Vita!
unimpededly run through that room.
Grianos?
Rufus?
What's he doing here?
Oh, of course! I still have you! Thank goodness you're here, Rufus! You did come to help me, didn't you?
As a commoner might put it, in your dreams.
What?
Target in sight.
Yeah, Tina. Punk.
What are you?
Target restrained.
What's going on? What's she doing?
Well done. You've behaved disgracefully toward the Imperial family and brought a calamity upon the innocent people of the capital. We may both fly the banner of the Noble Alliance, but I'm afraid I can't turn a blind eye to your misdeeds any longer.
Yeah, wrecked.
As the Alliance's Chief of Staff and a citizen of Arabonia, I hereby place the two of you under arrest.
No!
I see. It all makes sense now.
Okay, Vita 1 sort of only kinda helped with the red thing. She told him not to do it, though.
I thought something was amiss about you from the very beginning. I just couldn't work out where you had gotten that girl from the Black Workshop.
Ooh, Black Workshop.
But it seems that all this time, you were just waiting for your chance, weren't you?
Why, whatever do you mean?
Vita?
None of this is making any sense.
Oh, I get it now.
Milliam?
What do you get? Oh boy, I feel really stupid now. I can't believe it took me this long to figure out.
It takes you a lot. It takes you so long to figure every important thing out, Milliam.
You're one too, right?
Yeah, it sure looks that way.
Totally a member of Ouroboros, yeah? Or,
Thank you for rescuing His Highness.
Or an Ironblood.
Yeah, sounds like things were a real mess in here.
Captain Claire? Captain Arundel?
Wait, then...
Now I get it.
It can't be. All this time, you were an Ironblood?
Who?
The group's primary member, in fact.
What?
Though that secret was, until very recently, kept between myself and His Excellency the Chancellor.
Huh.
The others knew there was a primary member, but were never told who it was.
Wait, so he was the... Okay, so he was an Ironblood member, yet he was the main military strategist for the Alliance, and caused so many people on the Imperial Army to die.
Pretty much what he said.
Huh.
You should have seen my face when I found out earlier.
Wow, even you couldn't figure it out?
I mean, what hints were there?
What is the meaning of all this? The successor to one of the four great houses is the former Chancellor's protege? Why? Your high position in the Noble Alliance was secured. It was only a matter of time before you became the next Duke Albarea.
So, I'm imagining that... Because that was the thing I was confused about earlier in, I think, this very stream, where I couldn't figure out why Rufus acted the way he acted. Because he was like, oh, I'm part of the Alliance, but he was always nice towards commoners and never seemed to have a problem with them. That explains a lot.
Why reveal this now? What could you possibly have to gain from professing your allegiance to a dead man?
I don't believe he's dead.
He would gain nothing.
Yeah!
Which is why it's rather fortunate I'm very much alive.
Called it fucking so long ago when they said they didn't find a body. Called it. Fuck it. And how did they get in the building? There's a goddamn... There's a freaking barrier on the door.
No way.
Yeah,
Impossible.
Nope. Fucking old dude is still alive. God fucking damn it.
Gramps?
I'm pleased to see you again, Milliam. Greetings to you as well, Class 7. And to your esteemed instructor. And to you, Your Grace.
You! How are you still alive?
How indeed. Perhaps the years have dimmed your eyesight, or perhaps I had a body double.
Shot through the heart!
Whatever the truth may be, I think that's the least of your worries right now.
See, I am curious. Like, did he have a body double? Like, how did he survive? I want to know.
All you need to know is that our loyal ally, Rufus Albarea, will be bringing the situation in Erebonia under control. And he'll do so with minimal conflict, while ensuring that the Noble Alliance's power is deeply diminished. That was the task I entrusted to him, and in that he shall not fail me.
Fuck. So did Chancellor Osborne fucking, like, puppeteer this civil war?
As ever, it's an honor to serve you, Your Excellency.
Yo, what's up, Nightbot? Finally chiming in after a while.
This is a dream. It has to be a dream.
As obsessed as Crow was with making it happen, I had a feeling all along you weren't really dead.
Did you really now?
You made it quite clear that you were someone not to be underestimated, back when we were working with you regarding the situation in Liberl.
I'm afraid I haven't a clue what you're talking about.
I'm amazed you can say that with a straight face.
You're referring to those steam tanks and dealing with the aftermath of the Hummel incident, I take it?
Which I believe is like something that's dealt with in Trails in the Sky.
But I could never have predicted you would have taken a branch of the 13 factories under your control.
13 factories?
What exactly do you plan to do?
Is that not obvious? I'm taking over that phantasmal blaze plan of yours.
What?
And my first order of business will be sorting out the mess you left in Crossbell. I'll allow you to leave this time, witch. Slink back to your master and the rest of that brood of serpents and tell them, if they even think of trying to stand in my way, I'll crush them beneath my heel.
I feel like Ouroboros has way too many powerful members. A big mess in Crossbell indeedy. I feel like there's nothing ever really keeping her here. She definitely could have teleported earlier.
Wait!
I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Give my regards to the Elder. And I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. Please, take good care of Crow for me.
You...
Vida.
She could have at least given us a chance to speak as well.
God. Like, I will say, I wasn't, like, I was expecting, Osborn is the real badass, huh? Yeah, I will say, I was not expecting as big, like, plot twists in this second game. Because, like, I figured, like, because I felt like halfway through, they kind of alluded to it way too strong, where it's like the body of Osborn, like, they don't have it. It's like, obviously he's alive. Okay, that didn't surprise me. But Rufus, that plot twist really fucked me up. And this is really going, like, this is at about the same level as finding out Crow is a traitor and the Civil War is starting and all that shit. Like, this is some top tier plot twisting. Got some Shyamalan going on.
You've all done excellent work. Icy Maiden, White Rabbit, Scarecrow, and you, Jade Rook.
Jade Rook. They talk about Osborn's body going missing in Azure, too. Okay.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm overjoyed to see that you're alive.
Can't say I honestly thought you were dead in the first place.
Well, if anyone could survive being shot through the chest, it'd be you, so I did wonder.
Really? If anyone could, it would be him?
I don't imagine you intend to reveal your secret to cheating death, do you?
And Rob, you have such a splendid conundrum to puzzle over.
I mean, you plotted it out. Like, I don't believe that there was actually a way he survived. I believe that they just decided this would be a really cool plot twist, so we need it to happen. Fuck how it works. It's just gonna happen, and we're not gonna reveal how he did it.
This castle will return to its original form within a few hours, but our work is far from over. I'll be giving all of you new assignments. As always, I expect only the best from each of you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Man, things are about to get busy.
I wonder what I should do.
Rufus, I want the situation here resolved within the week. As soon as you have things under control, move forward with the occupation of Crossbell.
Fuck. End Civil War in a week, go occupy Crossbell.
What?
With pleasure, Your Excellency.
This is some shit, man. What's Altina's deal? No more.
I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything. Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you? Man, same place I shot Osborn, too.
Yeah, but he didn't die.
Karma's a bitch, huh?
Crow got played the most. He got played hard, man. And like, I feel sorry for Crow at this point. Cause, you know, he betrayed me for his own personal reasons. He had his own backstory. Still fuck him for that. But now he's literally died without achieving, like, anything other than causing a civil war, causing a lot of death and destruction. Like, the dude he wanted to kill is not dead. His entire team, his entire alliance is not dead. He is dead. Like, and presumably I imagine the Azure Knight is going to be taken somewhere by Osborn and see if he can get, like, an Iron Blood to pilot it or something. Like, Crow was done dirty. Really hard.
Rain!
Here we go.
Rain, don't!
That's really not a good idea!
That really is not.
Why? Why are you still alive? Crow shot you! You're supposed to be dead!
I mean, yeah.
In the end, he couldn't avenge his grandfather. He didn't get revenge on you. Was everything he did, was his whole life for nothing?
Reen. Reen.
That's enough. Just as you have your reasons that guide your actions, so too does His Excellency. And I believe you factor into those reasons more than you might think.
What?
Oh, fuck. Fuck! Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
I pray you grow up strong and healthy.
Fuck!
Oh, Adios, if you're listening, hear me now. Please allow this child.
Are you fucking serious?
I see you finally remembered the truth.
Are you?
I'm glad to finally see you again, my son. You've grown into a fine young man.
Oh my god! Ah, this plot twist.
Indeed, the Empire will soon know of the Ashen Chevalier, the hero whose brave deeds allowed us to reclaim the capital.
Are you fucking insane, game? How are you doing this to me? Oh my god, does that mean my name is technically Reen Osborne?
And who better to assist me than a national hero?
Oh my god! Oh, motherfucker. Oh my god. Oh my... Holy shit. I do know that there's a epilogue. So this isn't the end of the game yet. Oh, Crow, you got done dirty. Oh, that English. Oh, the coin. Oh. The legend. Oh my god. So. Okay. So Osborne is the one who frickin' dropped Reen off in Ymir and gave him to the Schwarzer people. Okay. Wait. Is that why Milliam is confident that if anyone was shot through the heart, Osborne would survive? Because presumably Reen got his albino power from somewhere. And Osborne has that tuft of, that like stream of white that goes through his hair. So does Gileath, does Osborne also have like the, what they call it, like the ogre power or whatever, like the superpower? And I do like how they're just going chronologically through people's times. That's nice. Oh my god! So Osborne is able to freaking tap into albino power and survive being shot in the heart, is what I'm imagining. Chazir gives us the origin of Crow's albino power. Crow's or Reen's? Because I didn't know Crow had albino power. My god. Okay. So it gives them... Because they even specifically mention in this game that it's not a stigma, or a stigmata. That's completely different. And McBurn says like, oh yeah, it's just like a special power. Oh god, this is all nice. I like this. Oh my god, this is... I was not expecting to think this hard when I started this stream today, or from when I got out of school. Okay, Emilium's in a fucking test tube? Gonna drop that picture on me and see if I go by it. And that was Crow. And Serene. Cayenne. Crow getting the team together. Meeting Vita. Getting Yasha Knight. Okay, and then when they were first years, presumably. God, George is massive. I was looking to understand a lot more about this stuff in CS. Ugh, Crow, you got done so dirty, my man. And he dies with a smile. Shit, man. So, Milium and Altina are presumably, like, test tube super babies or something? Because they're both from, apparently, one of those, like, 13 factories or whatever. Like the Black Factories or something. And I'm guessing that gets touched upon more in other games, and maybe even CS3 and 4. I feel like the worst part about this is knowing that there is a third and fourth game, and that the people who are making these games have already announced that there's going to be another game after the fourth one, set in Calvard. And knowing that essentially, like, the full overarching scheme plot. Yeah, there's some more clues about their origin and crossbow, too. Like, knowing that there's still more overarching theme plot that will not get forward relentlessly. That's why it's called that, because Crow says it. Oh! Son of a bitch. I was like, oh man, forward relentlessly. That's a pretty cool title. And it's like, oh no, it actually means, well, it means exactly that, but it's really sad. An achievement unlocked is also forward relentlessly, and it has a Crow's image. Oh my god. Oh. You're a piece of work. And Crow's never gonna grab. See, I figured Crow's gonna die anyway. Because if we captured him, he was gonna be executed. Imperial Territory, Crossbelt, East Side, Tangram Hill. And this is presumably the start of the occupation. Like, the occupation attempt. Republican Army, 2nd Area Division, Armored Aviation Regiment, Cannabis. Republican Army, that's the Republic of Calvard. Imperial Army, 9th Armored Division, Armored Battalion, Schnitzel. Oh no, so it's still like big time with the Crossbell game. See, I thought the Crossbell timeline was prior. Like, I thought the Crossbell game's timeline ended with Osborne dying. I didn't realize it went beyond that. Because I thought it was like the Sky Games, and then definitively after the Sky Games, the Crossbell, and then the last Crossbell game crossed over with the Cold Steel 1 game. I didn't realize it was so.
Bergen guns have been hit! Sir, you can't compete with your airships in terrain like this! Bisons might be powerful, but they're still tanks!
We don't have to, just focus on defense! The others will take care of destroying them!
Okay, now the Imperial Army is also using Soldads, which Calvard doesn't have.
they the Empire's new weapons?
Okay, I feel like this is pretty dumb on the Republic's part, because they've had the entirety of the Civil War to do some reconnaissance on these fuckers.
How can we compete with something so mobile? There's nothing to fear!
Coastal 1 starts towards the end of Zero, and Audra ends toward the end of CS. Oh, okay, so it's like near complete overlap. Okay, that explains a lot.
They may be mobile, but they're a damn sight easier to handle than that purple devil of crossbells.
Purple devil of crossbells. Huh.
What the? Huh? Ah! Incoming at 3 o'clock! What the hell?
Wait, what? Is Reen helping with the occupation?
Is that? The Ashen Chevalier, the hero of the Imperial Army.
The area beyond here is Imperial territory. You have no business treading into Crossbell.
Okay.
That was a warning. Try to advance any farther, and I will show no mercy.
All units retreat! We're returning to the outskirts of Altair!
Okay, this is surprising. Because I guess he is technically...
You're amazing!
Because he could technically be ordered by the Chancellor to do things because he is a citizen. So, I have a feeling he's not doing this because he wants to.
I knew you were the one who ended the Civil War, but seeing you up close, you're really something else.
Not at all. I'm still fairly inexperienced, if you ask me.
Yes, sheath it into the non-existent sheath.
Recover the wounded and any POWs and return to Tangram Gate. Just remain vigilant until the speech is over.
Yes, sir!
Differtisement, the occupation. What the fuck is a dissertisement? Can you look up that word for me? And give me, like, the definition?
It's now March, 1205 of the Septian calendar. Over 2 months have passed since the Azure Tree vanished.
Okay. So now we're in Crossbell City. Formerly the autonomous state of Crossbell. Okay, so... the occupation is complete. They've done it. They just skip right past it.
So much happened during those months. President Croix was arrested, Crossbell's movement for independence was promptly declared invalid. And before anyone could process what was going on, Speaker McDowell became Mayor McDowell.
Okay. I'm guessing McDowell is in
The war in
Crossbell
Erebonia came to an end sooner than anyone had anticipated, but it was quickly followed by the invasion of Crossbell.
Fuck. I imagine a lot of the Crossbell citizenry are very happy. Although I'm not sure how many people felt about... I'm not sure how...
Corellia Fortress, which once served as the only physical link between the two nations, was no more. But that proved to be little more than a temporary setback for the Imperial Army, who acted by flying hundreds of tanks over the state from a vast airship. In no time at all, Crossbell was occupied. The Calvard Republic, which had been wrapped up in its own share of chaotic internal disputes, finally reacted to Erebonia's bold invasion in turn. They began with sending its cutting-edge armored airborne divisions into Crossbell, hoping to force the Empire out of the region completely.
I did some good shopping in that department store. Gen 10, I'm imagining, is the one.
But every attempt they made resulted in failure, as they were repelled effortlessly by one soldat after another. And today, at Orcus Tower, the new seat of Crossbell's government, the new rulers of Crossbell rose to deliver a rousing speech.
This is Lecter talking, yeah? I think it is. Seat of Government, Orcus Tower. Not many people are here to watch it.
Friends and citizens, it brings me great pleasure to stand here among you once again. But even in the midst of such gladness, the specter of the harm Crossbell has visited upon the Empire lingers still. The destruction of Garrelia Fortress and the ensuing civil war it caused has taken a great toll in resources and in lives. The anger, sorrow, and dismay in the hearts of the Erebonian people is still fresh, still too near. But today is a joyous day, a day to put the troubles of the past behind us. Let us join hands and step boldly into the future, leaving our anger and grief behind. Challenges will rise before us, but together we shall meet them. Together, we can rise above the tumult of these troubled times. Men and women, old and young, rich and poor, those from every walk of life can share in these aspirations. Looking toward that goal, there is someone I'd like to introduce to you today. A brilliant young man who played a pivotal role in bringing Erebonia's civil war to its swift conclusion, and the individual most responsible for the historic accomplishment that sees me standing before you today.
Oh, hello, Rufus.
The first Governor General of Crossbell, Lord Rufus Alberea.
Okay. Okay.
Greetings, friends. It truly lifts my spirits to be here among you. I'm honored to have been entrusted with the profound responsibility of acting as Crossbell's first Governor General. As I'm sure you're all aware, the division between the nobility and the common people is a long-standing part of Erebonian life. Personally, I stand in support of our class system, but I fully expect that one day it will fade away.
Yeah, poor Crossbell.
After all, if each citizen of the Empire conducts themselves with the courage, dignity, and grace expected of a noble, then what difference would remain between myself and any of you? As I hope for that day, allow me to speak not only as your Governor General, but as an individual when I say, in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Eugent III, I hereby proclaim the annexation of Crossbell into the Erebonian Empire.
Why would it matter if you proclaim that as an individual?
May the goddess above stand witness, and may she forever bless Erebonia and Crossbell with the light of prosperity.
Okay. Whew. This is a bit.
We've got some real larger-than-life characters in charge of us now.
Ooh, is this Crossbell News Service editorial? So I'm guessing you can meet these characters in the Crossbell games as well. In fact, I presume that you do. Oh, and they got a laptop. Oh, Grace. Grace Lynn.
Sure, the Imperial Chancellor's intimidating, but he's so charismatic that the people eat up his every word. They love the guy. I can see why he's the bee's knees over in Heimdall.
The new Governor General's something else too, albeit for different reasons. He's, how to put this, difficult to hate. Like, he'd tell you to do something, and the next thing you know, you'd find yourself doing it just to see him crack a smile.
Well, Alberea is the name of one of the top noble houses in the Empire. Top 2, even.
Not surprised that the heir of such an affluent family would be popular. But it feels like there's more to him than that.
That's what gets me, though. Those two were on completely opposite sides during the war. So why are they both so buddy-buddy now? Very oddly sudden, in my opinion.
You're telling me? By the sounds of things, Erebonians can't make heads or tails of what's going on with it either. But you know how it is. There's so many rumors springing up thanks to the war, it's hard to tell truth from fiction.
Yeah, I've even heard about a 1,000-arch tall castle appearing in the capital. I mean, that's gotta be made up, right? There's no way something like that's real.
You've got a real short memory if you think that's bull.
Right? You just had that giant fucking tree in your...
The Azure Tree wasn't that long ago, you know.
Point taken.
Yeah, you mean these in crossbow games? Okay.
Yes, this is the office of the Crossbell Times. What? Representative McDowell will be issuing a statement.
Sounds like something big's happening behind the scenes already.
I'll get to gathering some info on what's happening for our international section. Calvert's probably got some good stuff.
Works for me. Gotta use those connections of yours for something, after all.
Well, see you later.
Our independence came and went like bubbles on the water, and now we aren't even a state anymore. We're in for some tough times ahead. No, they always say that the pen is mightier than the sword. I won't let those guys outdo me. Chief, let me handle that story.
The pen is mightier than a sword, but how about a fucking tank? Is your pen mightier than a tank? Or how about a soldat?
That's all we of Heiyue can do for you, I'm afraid.
All we of Heiyue? What the fuck is Heiyue? Crossbow people? Heiyue branch manager Chao Li or...
The guards have been given a little incentive to stay out of your way. Okay. You should face no more obstacles in your operation.
Thanks, Sal.
Okay. Is he one of the police guys?
Think nothing of it. It's my pleasure to play all the cards I can. The place you're aiming for is where all the information in Crossbell gathers, as well as its Achilles heel.
Floyd and Ricia.
What you're doing does us no
the
shortage
assassin?
of favors, I'll have you know.
Well, just this once? I'm happy to hear that.
Hello, Nightbot. How's it going? Girl.
Do take care, Yin. My apologies. Ricia. I've received information that quite a skilled warrior is in Crossbell at the moment.
As have I. Nonetheless, thank you for your warning.
Oh, not at all. I wouldn't want anything happening to a valuable future business partner. I believe that does it for me. I'll be praying for your success.
I'm glad I at least read the wikis on the Azure games, because this would just be super freaking weird for me to be introduced to 9 new characters who are all just talking. Man, can you show any more cheek?
He's being awfully cooperative, isn't he? Then again, it's not a stretch to think he's only doing it because he's got something up his sleeve.
Crossbow PD.
He's an incredibly shrewd man. Most likely, he's happy to do whatever will shine the most favorable light on him once Crossbell's occupation period is over.
True enough. He wouldn't want to screw up his chance to potentially play mediator between Crossbell and the Republic. I get the feeling he'd get along great with Lecter. He's our ally for now, but there's no guarantee how long that'll last.
She's my wife from the Crossbow. I mean, she seems pretty good.
Exactly. It's in our best interest to remain wary of him.
Because isn't she also a performer?
Still,
like
if working with him helps protect those I care about most, then I'll gladly do so.
Likewise.
You aren't going to tell me I'm playing as them, are you? Lloyd Bannings. Ricia Mao.
Tio said to aim for the area up ahead.
I'm totally playing as them.
Crossbell's future rests in our hands. So let's get moving.
Right.
Oh my god. For this chapter alone, you will make your way through a dungeon containing police detective Lloyd Bannings and Arc NCL performer Ricia Mao. Both link attacks and overdrive are available to them. Oh, you got freaking like police tonfas. And she's got big sword. Okay. Okay, they look cool. What's your equipment? True Gladiator Belt and Abyss Shadow. Okay. Level 130 seems about right. What are your quartz? Force and Murakumo. Okay. Got Gembu, Dragon, Harvest, Heal, Invigorate, Adamantite, Protection, Sleep, Beam. Okay. Okay. Arts. So they both seem to be just like middle of the field. Both do both things. Oh, and I can unlock all my things with them again. All my DLC. Well, we're gonna boop and boop just in case some shit goes wrong. Just gonna do that. And let's save. And what does the frickin' differtisement mean? I do like this sword, it looks really cool.
The advantage is ours. Right.
Here goes! They're off balance!
This is my chance!
Nice knowing you've got my back, Risha.
Not a bad team, are we?
Okay.
My turn!
She is a badass. I'd imagine.
All right.
Allow me.
Crafts. Oh yeah, I have crafts. I need to use them. Okay, support self. True falling moon. Or sort of like a boomerang.
Shatter!
Okay, that's pretty good.
Now!
Gotcha! Here goes!
Zero arts. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Come.
Oh, that's
An opening.
Here goes. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Prepare yourself.
okay.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Oh my god, this is so much more of a dungeon than I was expecting. What the frick? Oh my god. Call bullshit. Like, I don't have domination, I don't have lore in my team. How the hell am I supposed to do anything?
I won't lose.
Allow me.
Okay, so I'm going to...
Moonlight butterflies.
Rising sun, just to make sure.
Finish now.
It's Rising Sun 2.
Rising sun.
Nice trick. That's pretty cool. True parsley dance.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Rise!
Okay.
Let's keep moving.
That was some fight.
This sector has been abandoned for quite some time. It's not hard to imagine why so many powerful monsters settled in here. What amazes me more is just how much these Arcus orbments are capable of.
Yeah, they'll be a real asset to us in the future. They're so modern, they're practically still in testing over at the Empire.
Yeah, still in testing. Used for 2 games.
I miss the variety of arts I could use before, but in terms of balance, they're much more suited for combat than our Enigma 2s.
Well, Erebonia's always had the upper hand on military technology, if nothing else. We should count ourselves lucky that Michel got his hands on them for us. On that note, we should also count ourselves lucky for being able to utilize them so well. I don't think we've had a single problem linking up.
I admit, it's a strange feeling. It's as if we knew everything there was to know about one another, through and through. Almost as if our bodies became one.
That's not sexual
How,
whatsoever.
Poetic. Sort of like how you perform with Elia on stage, right? That's like being one, in a sense.
Now that you mention it, you could put it that way, yes. At this point, however, I doubt I would even need one of these to match my movements to hers in battle.
Cough, cough. You know.
So this is what the Geofront's E sector looks like. This one supposedly had its existence hidden from the general public, didn't it?
That's what Ellie said anyway. It was kept sealed off to keep everything inside strictly confidential. Corrupt officials and Diet members used it to conceal any information they didn't want leaked. She did add that it wasn't its only use, though. Just one of them.
I see. Not the kind of place we can just leave as it is, then.
Yeah. We need to make our way through here, whatever it takes. Ready to give it everything we've got?
Of course.
Okay.
Right.
Bring it on! Right.
Allow me. There! Right. Now!
Right. You're off balance!
Prepare yourself. An opening!
Here goes! You're off balance!
Okay.
Nice knowing you've got...
Feels interesting because it's like it's almost like they restarted the game in a way. Even though I'm at level 130, I'm playing with 2 characters and don't have near the amount of like freedom of action that I did in when I was playing with Lean's team.
This'll only take a moment.
My turn!
Right.
All right, we're safe now.
Don't want to take uneven damage, so might as well just pop that.
This is a tight fit. All right.
Prepare yourself.
your hearts.
Let's keep moving. What a nice treasure chest.
This probably will be a bit hard. There's a save here. If I need to, I'll just retry lower difficulty.
This'll only take a moment. Prepare yourself.
Here goes!
Oh god.
Here I go! Overdrive!
I can have this.
Yeah!
Prepare yourself.
Right. They're off balance! Come on, Misha!
Understood. Let's keep moving.
Ha! You can't compare.
I still.
Rail locket, that's good. Yeah, because that prevents it, which makes it so if I use that that skill, I seem to. And I seem to use more spells with him then. Or, I think. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Might as well equip it while I have it.
My yeah! Yeah!
The advantage. Right.
Here goes! You're off the.
Prepare yourself. Now!
My turn! Arcus, activate!
Right. Let's keep.
Okay. Okay. So I don't exactly know where to go. So I want to get there to get there. I want to get there. Let's take this is a square. And this is over there. I did. There's nothing else there. Ooh, I need to hit that computer presumably. Right.
nice treasure chest.
7 Dragon's Armor. Okay. Well, that makes it really easy to figure out who's gonna go on. I have a man, a woman.
All right.
Right.
Here goes.
Right. Shatter. Now.
Right.
Right. An opening. Allow me.
Right.
Prepare your.
Here goes. I'm still up for more.
Yeah, what I was saying about it feels like they just like set me to the beginning of another game.
I'm just glad I'm going through first.
Allow me. What's wrong?
Ah, never mind me. I can't tell her it's because of her outfit.
Of course you can.
What a nice treasure chest.
Man, I wonder who uses that. Oh wow. Crit 5% and causes faint and higher damage. Who put a computer here? Ah, okay. Oh my god. First of all, run over here first. Modify my quartz. Luckily, I still have all the things, but it's a matter of do I have enough quartz to do it?
Bring it on! My turn!
Right. Come.
Okay.
Let's keep moving.
AP charge 4. So before I use the computer, I should come over here and get
The advantage.
what?
Prepare yourself. An opening.
My turn!
Prepare yourself. An opening.
Right. You're off top!
Perfect.
Nice knowing you've got my...
What a nice treasure chest.
Straight S. Sweet. That's blue. So now I can okay. Was not expecting this to be so in-depth.
treasure chest.
Emergency prep. Okay, that's fine. Might as well put it on there.
All right, we're to...
Prepare yourself.
Works.
The battle's over, but we aren't safe yet.
Okay. Don't think there's anything going on over there. Over here, get your attention. Need you back. Okay.
All right, we're to...
Right.
That's gonna
An opening.
do something.
Here goes!
Prepare.
Perfect.
Let's keep moving.
Over here, further down.
All right,
Right.
right.
Allow me. Right. Now.
Here goes!
Allow me.
My turn. I'm still up for more.
I think I have all the chests. Oh, hello there.
This'll only take a moment. Prepare yourself. Come now. Let's keep
Not too shabby.
I still.
That takes care of them. Hope I didn't end up dragging you down any.
There was never any chance of that. I can't think of anyone else who could go through the things you did and come out stronger than ever. You should be more confident, Lloyd.
There's no way I could have gone through it all alone, though. I've still got a ways to go as a detective, too. And when you think about all the obstacles we've got waiting for us, I'm nowhere near strong enough to handle it all.
I wouldn't say that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I've got no confidence in my own abilities. I just think it's important to be able to give an honest assessment of your own strengths and weaknesses. When it comes to pure strength in combat, Randy and Noelle clearly come out on top. With processing information, it's Tio, Yona, and Fran. And in terms of negotiation tactics, I can't compare to Ellie or the Chief either. If we don't make good use of our respective strengths, we're not going to be able to get through what's ahead. We might not all be able to stay in the same place anymore, but we still need to be able to work together.
Oh, they've started keeping a watch on everyone then?
Yeah, I think Randy was the first one. After that, Ellie and Noelle started being watched. If it weren't for Tio's help, Kia and I would probably be in trouble too.
Is Kia still with Arios and Shizuku?
Yeah, Arios is looking after both of them.
God, all these name drops.
They should be okay for the time being. But if the Imperial Army sets their eye on them, things could get nasty. It's okay. The reason we're here is to try and avoid coming to that. We best get moving. We've still likely got a ways to go.
True. Let's go.
God. In this case, this is why you have detection. Else you miss a bunch of chests. God damn, this freaking weird fish. Now.
Right. Now.
Here goes!
Allow me.
My turn!
Prepare yourself.
Let's keep moving. What a nice treasure chest.
Safe. Okay.
This'll only take a moment. Prepare yourself. Come! An opening!
My turn! Finish now!
There we go.
I'm still up for more.
Glad I got that crit. Zeus gem. Sweet. Love the Zeus gem. Okay. First of all, attack 3 should definitely be on there first. Freeze. That's a better use of quartz slots. Okay. No, I think I just leave. Yo, what's up, Nico, dude? This is a lot more hefty than I thought it was gonna be. Like, in terms of just amount of stuff. Like, I was expecting something like quick, and this is just in depth. This has more puzzles than the base game did. Well, not puzzles, but just moving parts mechanics, essentially. Okay, so now we need to I'm using the same one. Sweet. Okay. So I think I need to come up here. And check this out. So I came in from GeoBlock, your GeoFront E block 1. I need to get to block 3, I believe. And to get to block 3, I need to get that piece of land up. So I need to get to, presumably, that gear. There's no way to get to that. I am currently led only to that computer right there. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I need to go to that computer. I believe. No, that one lowers that one. It's not. I can get to front E. But I can't leave, I don't believe. Yes, I can. Over there. I can come over here where I got the chest. I feel like I'm being really stupid, but I don't quite comprehend. Because this get over. There's no secret paths, it seems like. So maybe I have to use that gear. The game that never ends. It's the game that never ends. Going on and on. Get out of here. Come on, dude. Okay, then that one goes up. Which I think is what's needed. Geoblock 1, Geoblock 3. Okay. Yeah. Get out of here. Okay, I was just dumb. I was just really dumb. Just. Okay. So let's. Hello.
Bring it on!
Prepare yourself.
Overdrive!
Right.
Now!
Allow me.
Use that thing to. So. And gotcha.
All right, we're safe now.
Ooh, action 3, that's pretty good. Make me go faster.
All right, so far so good.
I suppose.
Is something wrong?
I just have a bad feeling about something. I'm sorry. It's probably just my imagination.
So you say, but those bad feelings of yours usually pan out to be accurate. I've had my life saved by them enough times to know that. If it weren't for you, I'd have probably died on one of those landmines. Or been hit by that sniper.
I'd forgotten all about those. I have much less of an idea what the cause of this one could be, though. I only have a general, vague sense that something dangerous is drawing near.
Could it be that skilled warrior Sal mentioned earlier?
It might be. If all we were dealing with was a skilled warrior, I'm sure I'd be able to take care of them. This, though, whatever it is, it feels far beyond my capabilities. I'm probably not making much sense, am I?
No, it's okay. Even the warning alone is appreciated. Rishia knows how to keep her cool in a crisis better than anyone I know. What we're up against has even her on edge. I need to work on kicking my instincts up a notch or two. At least so they're as good as guys.
Yeah, dude. Lloyd loves just name-dropping people from, presumably, his game. But I have no idea.
Well, according to the data Tio gave us, we should be over halfway through by now. Let's just stay alert. If we don't know what we're up against, all we can do is try and be prepared for anything.
Agreed.
Okay. Let's go down. I think this is an unneeded trek. Like, just beat a boss, can't you just have the door be open? Like the pathway open, come on. When I say boss, it was presumably a mini-boss. mean, I would imagine. I think the idea is they kind of expect the fans to keep coming back, and the references are more for the fans who played it, and to get people interested in playing the previous games so they understand. Which is the beauty of an interconnected world and a story. But it does leave those who start on the later entries.
An elevator. Our destination must be down below.
Yeah, let's try and unlock it.
Like, I'm not completely lost, as some other might be, simply because I have read the wikis. Oh god. What the hell? Why would I... Okay, the elevator's locked. Okay. I am going to save here, and this is where I am going to end it, because goddamn, that was a lot. So, do you guys want me to find, well actually, is there anyone else streaming like Cold Steel 1 or Cold Steel 2? Because I can raid them here, if you guys are interested in that. Or if you Neko Dave as the general talking voice of apparently 4 viewers. I don't know. Because I'd be fine with that. But regardless, it's been a fun stream. So, if anyone wants to suggest a raid, or yeah, okay, see you next time. That's fine. It was a nice time. I'm not sure when I'm going to stream again, because with Christmas coming up, it's a bit hectic, and so I might not be able to stream next week, but definitely the week after I'll do my best to start streaming some more. And you may not have been there last stream when I announced that after this game I'm going to take a 1-game interim and play a demo of Visteria Saga, which is made by one of the people who made Fire Emblem, I believe. And it looks cool, and I just want to do that sort of as a experimental stream to figure out, like, because I plan to add an overlay on top of my stream, but that'll like adjust screen size and stuff, and I want to make sure it all works and looks good and get viewer insight on that, see if it's actually wanted or even needed, because so on and so forth. And then after that I'm going to play Tales of Berseria, and would be happy to see and talk to anyone who wants to watch that, including you, Neko Dave, or Cabbages, or anyone else. So, with that ending note, I hope you all have a very nice day, and will join me on the next stream. Thanks for watching. Bye.